Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting. It is 9:02 a.m. And if you would please join me as we have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. All right, thank you. I'd like to Jazz Singa, our Planning Commission for District 5. If you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
All stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, Republic, which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jazz. All right. Our clerk of the board, if you could please do our roll call.
Supervisor Canepa?
Here.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Present.
Supervisor Patty?
Here.
Supervisor Ding? And Chairman Rickman.
Here. All right, we're going to move on to our recognition presentation. We're going to turn it over to the clerk of the board.
Thank you, Chairman. Our first recognition this morning is of Steve Walker, retired San Joaquin County Undersheriff, for his heroic efforts at the Veterans Day Tribute. This was requested by Supervisor Villapudua of District 1, and I would like to invite Mr. Walker to the podium as I read the recognition, which states, "This certificate of recognition is presented to Steve Walker, retired San Joaquin County Undersheriff, in recognition of your act of heroism. On November 11th, 2023, at the Veterans Tribute event hosted by the United Council of San Joaquin at the Bob Hope Theater, you demonstrated exceptional courage and rapid response. Witnessing an elderly woman collapse, you promptly assessed the situation, identified the lack of a pulse, and initiated CPR. Through your quick and skilled actions, you successfully revived her, enabling a swift transfer to a local hospital and subsequent recovery. In deep appreciation, the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors thanks you for your exemplary public service. Presented this 28th day of November, 2023. Vice Chair Villa-Padua.
Thank you, Michelle. So you'd like to say a few words?
Yeah, I just want to say, first of all, Mr. Chairman and the board, thank you for your time. I appreciate this recognition, but I just did there's probably 100 other veterans in that room that would have done the same thing. My takeaway is I got to help a veteran on Veterans Day. That's why I wore my Navy hat today. And that's all I was, just a veteran who was responding to a fallen veteran to help. So I would accept that on behalf of all the people that were there would have done the same thing. Thank you very much.
Great. Mr. Walker, I want to say that I know Supervisor Patty was there and Supervisor Canepa was in the audience, and we noticed a huge commotion, and someone was going into cardiac arrest, and I know there was a hero out there. I just didn't know who it was, but the daughter was screaming, and we were terrified, and I find out it's our former retired Undersheriff Steve Walker. You were an amazing hero, and you served our country. I just want to thank you and make sure we honored you. And I know our other fellow supervisors would like to say a few words. Supervisor Ding, would you like to say a few words?
Well, first of all, thank you for your service and your sacrifice. This happens so regularly, and the one thing we can do to be of service is people such as yourself. We all need to learn CPR. And in the meantime, if you're retired and have nothing else to do, you can come hang out in the restaurant. When we have events in there, you can take care of them. So thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Vice Chair Villa-Padua. Steve, I know this is just a great example of not only did you serve your country in the military, but you came back and served the community for many years, and everything from you're a storied career. You really spanned the full gamut of what you could do, and even in retirement, it's still service to the community and your fellow citizens. And what a great example for your family, for the community, for all of us. We truly appreciate. And just, I'm really pleased that I know you as a friend, and thank you for your continued engagement. Seeing a lot of people retire, they leave a community and find what they think is going to be greener pastures elsewhere. But you've stayed, you've committed, and you continue to serve, and you've helped our sheriff when there was a transition, and we've changed that the department entirely through to your participation as well. So really appreciate you, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Canepa.
What do they say? You're a good man, Charlie Brown. The things that you do, and you walk silently and carry a big stick, and I appreciate that. That young lady was distraught when her mom or whatever went down, and we were all up there, and I mean all the commotion, and for you just to take control and do that and save her life is absolutely amazing. So I just want to say thank you, and we need to clone you somehow, some way, so that the historical knowledge of the Sheriff's Department, we can start teaching our youth the values that you emanate. So thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Rickman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Walker, thank you for your service in our military, and thank you for your service with the Sheriff's Department here in San Joaquin County. And even though I wasn't there that day, I wasn't at Tracy, I did hear about it. And what better way to serve your community or serve anybody and then to save somebody's life. And, you kind of downplay it a little bit, and it just shows how humble you are. However, in a circumstance like that, when there's people are screaming and people are yelling, and it's such a stressful situation, and for you to step up, a lot of people can't do that, and you did it. And I just want to say thank you, and I know the family will be forever indebted to your actions that day. So God bless you.
Thank you.
Also in attendance is our District Attorney Ron Freitas, who was in attendance, would like to say a few words. If I can have the board come down and join me for a picture, please.
I think the board said it all, but I couldn't agree more. I was there that day. We didn't know what was going on. It was a terrifying event, and no surprise, Steve, that you took charge, because you are a take charge guy. You were take charge of the sheriff. You're take charge now with many different organizations, and we greatly appreciate that. So, thank you.
Next, we have the proclamation declaring the second week of November 2023 as Stockton Hmong New Year Celebration Week in San Joaquin County. And this was requested by Tom Patty of District 3. And I would like to invite Sally Herr to the podium along with representatives from the Hmong community as I read the proclamation. Whereas the Hmong people have been an integral part of our community, celebrating its social, economic, and cultural fabric. And whereas the rich cultural diversity of the Hmong community is a source of strength and vitality. And whereas the Stockton Hmong New Year celebration is a time-honored tradition that brings together members of the community to celebrate and share in festivities of the Hmong New Year, showcasing vibrant traditions, customs, and arts while fostering understanding and appreciation among all San Joaquin County residents. And whereas Lao Family Community Empowerment Incorporated coordinates the celebration in an effort to keep vital cultural heritage and identities alive while assisting immigrants in becoming self-supportive. And whereas Lao Family Community Empowerment Incorporated has forged partnerships with various organizations to guarantee access to mental and physical health, education, home visitation, and referral services, as well as to facilitate the availability of naturalization services. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of San Joaquin County does hereby proclaim the second week of November 2023 as Stockton Hmong New Year Celebration Week in San Joaquin County and encourages all residents to join in recognizing and celebrating the cultural richness our Hmong residents share with us, passed and adopted this 28th day of November 2023. Chairman Rickman and Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And before we'd like to hear a couple of words from you, but I did a little history research because I really didn't know. But I know there's such a proud culture that I wanted to just share this with the Chamber and the fellow supervisors to get in context how important the Hmong community is in our community and in the world. So the Hmong are an ethnic group with a history of over 4,000 years. Originating in China, where they lived in the kingdoms that covered the present-day province of Jiangxi, Hunan, Hubei, and Henan. The Hmong have been migratory, spreading across China's northeastern and southwestern regions. The Hmong have not had their own country. In the mid-1600s, the Chinese government began limiting the Hmong's freedom, which led to many migrating to Laos, Thailand, and other neighboring countries in the early 1800s. Some Hmong left China for Vietnam, Laos, Thailand, and Burma due to land expansions by the Chinese government. In the early 1960s, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here. In the early 1960s, the USA, CIA, sought out the Hmong and recruited them to fight in the secret war against the North Vietnamese and the communist expansion. The Hmong played a critical role under the direction of the United States CIA, including disrupting the Ho Chi Minh Trail, providing intelligence about enemy operations, guarding U.S. strategic radar installations, and recruiting rescuing downed American pilots. After the war in 1973, unlike past immigrant groups, the Hmong were political refugees who fled their country because of the war and persecutions. The Hmong refugees were legally admitted into the United States government and were initially settled by church organizations such as Catholic Charities and the Lutheran Social Service. The Hmong are integrating into American society. They're making great strides during the past 37 years. 95% of all able-bodied Hmong Americans are participating in the local workforce. Nearly 70% of Hmong families have become homeowners. Hmong families are starting businesses such as grocery stores, restaurants, specialty stores, and small manufacturing companies. In essence, they have become productive and contributing members of the American community. And so I want to just give a little context. It's so exciting to have you guys here. So, Sally, a couple words, please.
First of all, thank you so much, Supervisor Tom Patty, for going over our Hmong history. That means so much to us. Thank you. My name is Sally Herr, and I am the interim CEO for Lao Family Community Empowerment. It is such an honor to be here. On behalf of Lao Family Community Empowerment, thank you so much to Supervisor Tom Patty and all the Board of Supervisors for recognizing our Stockton Hmong New Year Festival and our organization. Also, thank you to Mr. Michael Anderson for organizing this as well. Like I said, this means so much to all of us. With me today to witness this wonderful and heartfelt recognition, our amazing community members and our Lao family team are here. And so I would like them to stand, even though you're not here, if you're in the back, if you can stand up so everyone can see you. They're all wearing Hmong clothes as well to represent. Tony show This is history in the making for us, so thank you so much again. Hmong New Year have been celebrated for hundreds of years, dating back to our country of Laos, where we came from. We do not know how it started and who started the celebration, but we just know that it was an important and is still a very important celebration. It started off as a celebration of the harvest season, as we would farm for a living all year long. It was and still is a time to come together, reconnect, rejoice, and welcome the new year. As we arrived to the United States after the Secret War or Vietnam War ended in 1975, Lao family was established by many founders, and the main founder was our father, late father, General Vang Pao, who wanted to help the Hmong refugees through social service support. The Stockton Hmong New Year Festival was started in the 1980s and became an event hosted by Lao family for over 35 years. The Stockton Hmong New Year have continued to be celebrated for our tradition and for the harvest season year after year. But now, more than ever before, it has been an event to keep our youth ingrained in our Hmong culture and our heritage. 100 years from now, our community may not know who continues celebrating Hmong New Year in Stockton, but as we continue to celebrate this event year after year, and pass this on to our future generations, the Hmong New Year will become our legacy. It is our hope that our future Hmong generation and community will keep our culture alive by continuing to celebrate the Stockton Hmong New Year Festival for hundreds and hundreds of years to come. Thank you so much for understanding the importance of our Hmong New Year celebration. And so, as a gift to all the board of supervisors and everyone in attendance, we do have a Hmong traditional dance performance that will be performed by our youth, Violet and Phoenix. And they came all the way from Sacramento. So if we can please welcome them here to the middle area. Thank you so much for your support of our community, and Happy Hmong New Year. Nha rong hiong chia.
Thank you all. And so I know I'd like to turn to a couple of the board members here, starting with Mr. Supervisor Paul Canepa.
I want to thank Supervisor Patty for bringing this forward. It's amazing, though, that we were able to celebrate Thanksgiving. And the thanks is having you guys in our community. And I think the cultural diversity that you bring just goes to show you how great America is. So thank you for being part of it. I appreciate it. And thank you for all the things that you've done to support our community. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Ding.
It's great to have you here today. When I was working for Congressman Pombo, we had members of your community come in and talk about the Civil War that happened in Laos. It was a 16-year civil war, and of course, when you're here from the United States, you think the only civil war that ever happened, was here in the United States, and it kind of explained the immigration that transpired in the 70s. At the time when you first started arriving in the community, I was going to Trinity Lutheran School, and we had a Hmong family that started out there, and it was quite the education. And it reminds me, especially with our second, third generations around here who think life is so tough. They complaining everything. Try starting out from scratch, leaving everything behind, fighting alongside another country for the same objectives, being forced out of your home and starting over. And I salute you. Thank you.
Vice Chair Villalpudua.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty, and thank you for bringing this forward. And Happy New Year. I love your culture, beautiful families. The dance is amazing. I was understanding that Supervisor Patty was doing the same dance also, but apparently that didn't happen. No, but thank you for coming forward today, and I appreciate everything you guys do for our community.
I'll hand it to our chairman in just a moment, but I do want to thank everybody that's come in costume. I also come to find out that a lot of the costumes are embroidered with a story of the journey and some of the hardships, but it's really a testament of the strength and resolution and the commitment to evolve, to grow, and to prosper wherever you go, and we really thank you for that. I had an opportunity to go see the dance contest that was going on at the Hmong New Year at the fairgrounds and share and enjoy some of the really good food, but just the disposition, the people, the place, the pride. It was really, really special. So I appreciate that, and all of you, wishing you, of course, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and thank you all for being here today to receive this. I'll ask the fellow supervisors to come down, but Chairman first.
Oh, good, thanks. Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Thank you for bringing this forward today, and Happy New Year. It was an honor, and just what a way to start the morning to see such a great dance. So thank you. Where are you guys over there? Thank you very much for performing. Diversity is our strength, not just in the U.S., but here in San Joaquin County. And having other cultures share each other's cultures and learn and grow. So, again, thank you all very much, and God bless you. If you could please join us up front with Supervisor Patty, and we can present a certificate with you.
Next, we have the proclamation of November 2023 as Sikh Awareness Month in Joaquin County, and I would like to invite Planning Commissioner Jazz Singha, Mountain House Board Member Harry Dillon, and Dr. Graywald to the podium as I read this proclamation. Whereas Sikhs have resided in San Joaquin County for over 100 years, having built railroads, worked in the mining industry, lumber mills, farming, and whereas Sikhs are the fifth largest religion, numbering about 30 million worldwide with approximately 500,000 American Sikhs, nearly 40% of their population resides in California. And whereas on October 24th, 1912, San Joaquin County became home to the first Sikh Gurdwara, place of worship, in the United States of America, and California contains 71. And whereas 2023 is the 554th birthday of the first of 10 gurus and founder of Sikhism, Guru Nanak. This day is celebrated for Sikhs in San Joaquin County and worldwide as Guru Nanak's Gurpurab. And whereas our county has benefited from the many contributions which include farming of diverse crops, security, technology, legal, the medical field, and so much more. And whereas our Sikh citizens have integrated into our communities, living within a wide range of ethnic and social backgrounds, and sharing our diverse cultures. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of San Joaquin County does hereby proclaim November 2023 a Sikh American Awareness Month in San Joaquin County, and supports and encourages each member of our community to consider the many contributions of our Sikh citizens have made. Passed and adopted this 28th day of November 2023. Chairman Rickman.
Thank you, Rochelle. Good morning. Great to see everybody here. I'm going to turn it over to you. I'm going to start with Jazz.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. Everybody from the community, I want to say my special thank you to Supervisor Rickman because we've been doing it since you've been the supervisor, and Supervisor Patty been here, and Supervisor Villapudua, Supervisor Canapa, and Supervisor Ding. Thank you for being, supportive of this, and this means a lot to us. I, being a very proud American, accept this and take this with great honor and humility. As you can see, we have a good presence of Sikhs here, especially in the San Joaquin County, and I wonder why, because San Joaquin County reminds us of back home, Punjab, in India. The weather, the people, the love, the brotherhood, the community, and also because we have our most historic Gurdwara Sahib, which is our Sikh temple, people say, here in Stockton itself. What a beautiful way to wrap up November. Just yesterday we did celebrate Gurpurab. Rachel, thank you for speaking so well and pronouncing it so well. We had Thanksgiving, and it feels like I was just here a few months ago accepting it last year. Time flies so fast, so might as well say Merry Christmas, because December is coming. Happy holidays. Since I'm here, I won't be here till God knows next time when, so Happy New Year also. That being said, again, I want to say, on behalf of my fellow Sikh Americans, and especially me, we all are so appreciative. Supervisor Rickman, you have always been there when it comes to celebrating anything that becomes being a diverse community, makes it feel like more of this is what America is all about. This is where you flourish. This is where anybody can come. If you cannot succeed in America, I don't think you can succeed anywhere in the world. I'm sorry if I offend someone, but that is a fact, and facts shouldn't be offending anyone. But if it does, so be it. I have been blessed, honored, fortunate in so many ways. I cannot thank each and every person by their name, but I just wanted to say, Supervisor Rickman, I do appreciate it, what you do. Anytime and every time we have invited anybody to the Gurdwara, Supervisor Patty, I'm sorry, use the first name because we are on a friend basis, we can use the first name, but I'm here in official position, so I'll not say that. As a planning commissioner on the county also, I would give a shout out to my fellow commissioners. They have been so accommodating when I was new or I had some medical issues. I want to say thank you to the staff. Scott does a great job, so does Mike Anderson. I don't know anybody else's staff, so, again, no offense. I would like to wrap up by saying thank you to Dr. Graywald for being such an upstanding member. I don't know if he remembers, long time ago, a few decades ago, he used to be my boss. And, like I said, this is a country where you flourish. This is a country where I blossomed into who I am. Deep from my heart, I want to say thank you to each one of you guys. I can't tell you how proud American I am. And all of us, the Sikh community, we take pride in who we are. Everybody here, I'm pretty sure, is a citizen. The reason we made this home is because you guys, this country, this area has treated us like we belong here. The sense of belonging, the sense of being an equal citizen, never feeling like, you know what, you were left behind because of any of those reasons when some can claim or some can say whatever they want to say. This is a blessing. Every day is a blessing. I'm thankful. We are all very thankful. God bless us all. May God bless the United States of America always. Thank you.
Thank you, Jazz. Dr. Grail?
I just want to introduce my friend who has recently moved to Stockton, Colonel G.V. Singh. He's a full colonel retired from U.S. Army. He's the only highest Sherman officer who reached the rank of colonel in U.S. Army. He's a dentist by profession. We'd like to thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you for wonderful to be here. It's new to me here, and I realize Sikhs have been here for more than 100 years in this county. The lady who was here before me just said, in this country, everybody or anybody can succeed here. And I was the last person who ever thought would succeed. And here I was in the U.S. Army by accident. I was the first person Pentagon ever authorized to wear a turban and a beard. This is back in the 70s. And if a guy like me, 5 feet 4 inch, it was less than an officer, found that out that there's a young man who wears a turban. He called me in his office. And, being an officer, he was quite respectful to me. He said, "Tell me, what the hell is it?" I don't know. What is it? I said, "Sir, as a young man, all I can tell you is what I know. Sikh means professional student, always learning. Keep the brain open. Never think you know it all, always learning." Well, he said, "Well, tell me more than that." I said, "Sir, all human beings are equal. Whether you believe in religion or you don't, you're equal. And all women are equal to men." And this was something quite revolutionary to him. He said, "I never heard of this religion like being described from that angle." He said, "Well, what about hell and heaven?" I said, "We don't have it, sir. It's right here. This is the life we live, and the life we live to the fullest extent in a best humanitarian manner worthy of a human being. And if we do that, we are a winner." And I think he was quite fascinated with that. So by the time I retired, the doors for the Sikhs were open in all services in the United States. So he's keeping an eye on it. I feel good about it. And today in this chamber, generally when I go out somewhere, I'm probably the only would be one person wearing a turban. And I come here, there's a whole bunch of folks behind, wearing colorful turbans. Feel good about it. Thank you again. Okay?
Well, thank you, and thank you for your service. And our board director for Mountain House, Harry, you want to say a few words?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And really appreciate County Supervisors, Chairman Robert Mann, Paul Canepa, Supervisor Miguel Viapudua, Tom Patty, our County Supervisor, and Steve Ding, our County Supervisor. Really appreciate for giving us this proclamation each and every year. And Sikhs has a big contribution to the United States and especially to San Joaquin County. So I will not take much of your time and really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Harry. We'll turn it over to the board here. Let's start with our vice chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman, and thank you for bringing this forward. I'm a big fan of the Sikh community. You guys have been amazing. Since I've been in office, I've learned so much about your history, and I can tell you that you guys are public servants, business owners, and incredible family members. I'm honored that you guys would come forward. I know that Harry has done an incredible job at Mountain House. Dr. Gill, an amazing job for our county. Jazz, you've been doing a great job in the planning commission. There's so many people in the community that you guys have helped so much, and I truly respect you guys and love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Canepa.
What I appreciate most is not only do you celebrate your own culture, but you celebrate our culture. And you're very humble public servants, and you don't judge. And that's what warms my heart. The amount that you guys give back to the community in San Joaquin County is absolutely amazing. And for me, I'm proud to share our country with all the diversity here. And that's what makes us a great place to live, is that everybody can come here and thrive and live the American dream and also celebrate your own cultures and keep those alive. And I appreciate that. I appreciate you opening your houses. I've been to weddings, I've been to celebrations, and learning your guys' culture has been important to me. And obviously we are learning a lot about other cultures. But what you guys do and the communities, I mean, with COVID response and it's just absolutely amazing. The food, the clothing that you guys provide. And it's not just for your people, it's for all people. And I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you and welcome. From an historical perspective, the Warriors. If you notice, they haven't fixed my name yet. They left out the H, here, but we'll get that fixed. I like showing up and saying it's DINGH to events. What I really enjoy about this community is hearing the stories from when you got here and when you started. I mean, I've heard stories from selling vacuum cleaners to South Stockton to car sales to, empires. There's not a can't-do attitude. There was a recent poll that was released yesterday. Only 28% of Americans believe that the American dream is still possible. That's pretty sad. Nobody told you you couldn't do it, so you just did it. And congratulations, welcome, great friends. I'm hoping after maybe you brought some butter chicken so we can celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Talk about a testimony and a testament to this great country. And here we are, we have the Hmong community and young dancers and you guys and the generation, and being here, the Sikh community, the Punjabis, and how you've embraced America as your home, a place to put your roots and have your family, to invest and to buy land and to be involved in the community, to be a doctor, Dr. Gill in the background, who knew my grandfather was a doctor, and to be contributing members of our society, and just to have the cultures mixing today, and it just shows how fantastic America and the opportunity that we are together, united. When you come in with an open mind, you don't come in with a divisive, separatist mindset, but you come in and being inclusive. And you work together in a community, you work together in a nation and in our county to make it that much better. And each and every one of you, I know you, I embrace you, I recognize you, I appreciate you, I think of you as brothers, family. And I know that, as you had pointed out, in the religion, everybody's considered equal, but we all know, and I think all of us would like to believe, we are your favorite supervisor. But the reality is you've got 5 great supervisors that love, respect, and appreciate you, your inclusion, your generosity that you bring to this community. And thank you, Chairman, for bringing this forward. And I thank again the Hmong community for being part of this and seeing how embracing we are here in America. And thanks to all of you and how embracing we are together. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Again, thank you all for being here. I know Jazz and I think we were the first to do it in Tracy back when I was council 10 plus years ago. So this is always a special day to honor our RC community. And Supervisor Ding, you mentioned butter chicken, and we just happen to have the owner of Daba here, Manjeet, here. So, hey, if you ever want some great food, Manjeet Daba has a great restaurant, one of the best in Tracy. And our Sikh community is so very important, especially if you look at my district, District 5, South County, we have such a large Sikh population, and it's intertwined in everything that we do. I mean, you all are a perfect example. We have an elected official here with Mountain House, Harry Dillon, who does a great job in Mountain House to bring so much culture to South County. We have Dr. Graywall. I mean, got a world-renowned heart surgeon, right? And I owe a debt of gratitude to you, because not, of course, my parents and my in-laws. You've helped so much. You've helped so many people here in San Joaquin County. So thank you very much. I mean, I can never, say thank you enough. Dr. Gill, same thing. You're a great doctor. Thank you for what you're doing for our community. Jazz, what can I say about Jazz? Thank you very much for stepping up and being our planning commissioner. Thank you for what you do for our community, be it, the different festivals, Diwali and stuff that you have brought forward, and also being a small business owner. I can sit up here all day and talk about each and every one of you, but I'm just very, very proud to call you, not just my friends, but, looking at you, you guys are my family. I love you guys very much. I love the Sikh community. And if you guys know, if you ever need anything from us, please let us know. So thank you very much, and God bless each and every one of you, and God bless the Sikh community. If you would please join us up front here, we'll have everybody but Supervisor Patty come down, and we'll take a picture. All right, our next proclamation, but before we get into that, we can have Rochelle DeBoer, why don't you come down up front? So please join me down here.
Thank you, Chairman. So our next recognition today is the proclamation of November 27th through December 1st as California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Week in San Joaquin County. And I would like to have my Chief Deputy Clerk, Nicole Lee, read the proclamation before I say a few words.
So whereas California counties provide many services that are essential to the lives of Californians, and whereas the position of the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors plays an integral role in the function of California county government, and whereas the Clerk of the Board performs many legally mandated functions that protect and preserve the rights of the citizens to an open and accessible government, and whereas the work performed by the clerks of the board is a time-honored and vital part of local government, and whereas the clerk's duties of record keeping is revered, their work among the earliest recorded on behalf of the public, and clerks have long pledged to maintain their neutrality and impartiality of the proceedings of government. And whereas the California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Association, an affiliate of the California State Association of Counties, is organized to promote the principles of good government, to represent the interests of clerks of the board with legislative bodies and other professional organizations, to encourage the development of professional growth and education, and to support the objectives of all regional groups established within the association. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the clerks of the board across the 58 counties in the state of California. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of San Joaquin County does hereby proclaim the week of November 27th through December 1st, 2023 as California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Week, in recognition of the high level of services bestowed upon the people of San Joaquin County and the people of California by the Clerk of the Board, passed and adopted this 28th day of November 2023.
Thank you, Nicole. Rochelle, take it away.
Thank you, Chairman, Board, County Administrator, and County Council. On behalf of the Clerk of the Board team and the California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Association, I want to express our heartfelt appreciation to the Board for proclaiming this week Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Week. I'm grateful for this opportunity to celebrate and recognize the Clerk of the Board team standing behind me. The role of the clerk is deeply embedded in the history of our nation and beyond, dating back even to biblical times. In ancient Greece, it was the clerk's role before each public meeting to put a curse on anyone seeking to deceive the public, ensuring transparency and accountability, common themes of the municipal clerk's office today. The municipal clerk is often described as the hub of local government, connecting citizens with their elected officials and county departments, continuing to ensure the transparency and integrity of their local government. This proclamation serves as a reminder of the important role that we play in upholding the principles of open government and accountability. It is a role that requires a tremendous amount of support from each and every department in San Joaquin County, for whom we work closely with on a daily basis. I am truly grateful for the incredible professionalism, collaboration, and support of all of our county employees, and I want to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for your support and dedicated public service. I am particularly grateful for the dedicated and hardworking staff of the clerk's office. I'm honored to represent a truly diverse team of professionals here with me today, including Chief Deputy Clerk Nicole Lee, Deputy Clerks Danielle Bashirs and Will Bender, Office Secretary Mary Southmaid, and Senior Office Assistant Janie Som. And although not appointed by the clerk, I do want to acknowledge our board's Public Information Specialist, Katie Albertson. I also want to acknowledge former clerks Mimi Duzinski and Lois Sehun. Their commitment, the team behind me, their excellence and tireless efforts contribute immeasurably to the success of local government. Behind every single dotted I and T crossed on every single page of the agenda, behind every document filed, every dollar spent, every meeting scheduled, every record maintained, every volunteer appointed, every lobbyist registered, every hearing officer appointed, every recognition prepared, every ROPS filed, every assessment appealed, every lunch ordered, every travel request fulfilled, every phone call answered, every pen, paperclip, or sheet of paper ordered is a small but incredible team of dedicated professionals who take pride in their work and understand the importance of their role in serving the public. The one comment I frequently hear is, I don't know how you do what you do. Well, I'm proud to say that this team here with me today makes even my worst day a good day to be a clerk. So I want to say thank you to Nicole, Danielle, Will, Mary, and Janie. And I ask that you let this proclamation inspire you to continue your work with diligence, integrity, and a commitment to public service, working together to build a stronger, more transparent, and accountable government to the benefit of all residents. Before I turn it back over to the chairman, I have a very brief comment to read from the California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Association President, Alicia Draves of Solano County. I apologize, I do not like public speaking. She writes, Honorable Chair, members of the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, as President of the California Clerk of the Board Association, I would like to say thank you for taking the time to recognize San Joaquin County Clerk of the Board, Rochelle DeBoard, and her staff for the day-to-day activities that keep San Joaquin County running smoothly. The clerk of the board's office is instrumental in ensuring transparency and accountability in government, administration, and their work is essential to the functioning of your county. The California Clerk of the Board Association supports the professional development of clerks throughout the state and provides a valuable network of shared resources, education, mentoring opportunities to its members. On behalf of CCBSA, I would like to thank the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors for its continued support of this organization by allowing your clerk of the board and their staff to maintain membership, attend regional and statewide meetings, and take on leadership roles. It is the type of support that allows your clerk of the board and her staff to flourish both within the organizations and within your county positions. So again, at this time, before I run out of oxygen, I would like to turn it back over to Chairman Rickman, and again, thank the board for this recognition, and we look forward to continuing to serve you.
All right, thank you, Rochelle, and thank you all very much. I'm going to turn it over to our board. I'm going to start with Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman Rickman. I truly appreciate myself and Villapudua, Vice Chair Villapudua, and incoming chair. I've been here 7 years now. A lot of things vacillate, happen quick. We've tried to be responsive to our constituents that we represent. We've got things that come in last minute, and for us, it's like super important, and we're always like, here, can you do this? And we need something. And what we truly appreciate is whenever we have that can-do attitude, and we get things done in the county on behalf of those we represent. Ultimately, we are serving the voters, the people that brought us to this office, and we are in this together. So I appreciate the effort each and every one of you make. Will, managing the pens and how they get stolen from my office because they're highly sought after. I appreciate keeping a tight rein on them. They are a hot commodity. So thank you for the diligence that each and every one of you demonstrate, and that could be for anything from a phone call to a last-minute request, to some sort of small little management of what we might find that is critical and time essential. So thank you all very much for the effort and the attitude that you bring to our work. It makes our job easier to serve the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Dean.
I want to thank you for your service. I mean, you are the stabilization force in a political establishment. The rules don't change. Maybe our opinions do. We like it when you do things our way, and we get mad when things don't go our way, kind of like, with mom and dad. But at the end of the day, you keep the trains running on time. The only disappointment I have this morning is I really wanted Nicole to sing the proclamation. She wouldn't do that. Anyway, thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, Supervisor Dean. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Just want to thank all of you. You guys are special to me. You guys always looking out for us. Anything we need. Rochelle, you've done a great job as chair of the board. You've hired an amazing staff. Love all you guys, and wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Canepa.
You guys have made my 11 months really joyful. I'm probably a reason for probably a 10% decrease in workload because I talk too much to everybody. So Rochelle, I'd probably drive her nuts, and that's Supervisor Canepa. But a funny story is I appreciate you guys, your professional development, the things, the teamwork that you do, and the team building that you do is amazing. I want to thank you all for that, and thank you for embracing me. But it was funny, when I first got on the board, everyone kept calling me Supervisor Canepa, and it absolutely drove me nuts because my name is Paul. So I said, can you just call me Paul? And she goes, no, if we do that, it shows respect to everybody. And so after I understood that, then I'm embracing it. But thank you for all the work that you guys do for us. I mean, sometimes we take you for granted, but I appreciate you, and I appreciate all the work that you do. And CSAC last week, you were there, and I would go in and check on them. Luckily, there weren't enough seats because they planned it that way. So they had their part of the convention, and I'd walk in and I'd look like a dork because there's no seats. And so, because sometimes their sessions looked a little bit better than our sessions, so I tried to sneak in there, whether it was work, how to work with stressful employees and things like that. So I want to thank you for the professional development that you do and the team building that you do as a group, because you guys are amazing. So thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Supervisor Canepa. Thank you all very much. And, for this last year, being the chairman of the board and being able to work with each and every one of you, and all the paperwork that you have me sign on a daily basis, And Rochelle, and you mentioned, the president of your board, but I just want to make sure people remember you served in that role last year, I believe it was. 2 years ago. God, time just flies on by. So that just tells you what your colleagues think of you and how impressive, and it is an honor. And it has been an honor to work with each and every one of you. Rochelle, or Rachel, as I like to call her. We have a great relationship. It's nice to be able to go to a workplace where you have high morale and you can joke around and have fun. A prime example is, Rochelle and I, Star Wars Day of this year, something that we did new in the county, and we had a great time, and I look forward to it for coming up. But thank you for what you do. The county wouldn't run as smoothly as it does if we didn't have the caliber of employees as standing right before me. So thank you all very much. And if you would all please join us up front for a quick picture, we're gonna have the board come down. All right, thank you, everyone. Hey, what a way to start a meeting, right? What some great honor for us to be a part of such a fabulous community, and very, very impressive. So thank you, everyone. All right, we'll move on to public comments. Now is the time for public comments on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and minutes, consent calendar, and closed session items. So you have about a 3-minute time. Oh, you will have a 3-minute time limit. There are board, what do you want to call those things? Comment forms. The comment forms in the back if you would like to comment. If not, just come up front and just state your name. So anybody from the public wishing to address the board on items that are not on the agenda.
Good morning.
Morning.
Rickman, Board of Supervisors. I hope each and every one of you enjoyed blessed Thanksgiving. My name is Melanie Knott. I'm a concerned citizen of San Joaquin County. An alarm has been sounded on election fraud plaguing our San Joaquin County elections. A Citizens Election Advisory Committee has been implemented, yet it appears this board, including the ROV office, has dismissed their voices, refusing to work collaboratively with them to uncover truth. By the way, the ROV office needs to return under the purview of this board. You've approved the purchase of more HART machines despite hearing they're hackable, more ballot drops boxes despite hearing of mules and chain of custody issues, and more temporary workers from SystemSoft Technologies, despite hearing the need of local community involvement. May I remind you of our own county election fraud case, the Con case. Recently in Connecticut, a judge tossed out an election due to shocking ballot drop box video of ballot stuffing and said if we disregard mishandling of ballots, we would ignore the law. In Georgia, a judge issued a decision. In Georgia, a judge issued a decision of there being sufficient evidence of substantial flaws in electronic voting machines that unconstitutionally burdens voters' First and 14th Amendment rights. I'll close with this. Genuinely empower the Citizens Election Advisory Committee. Investigate issues in the voter rolls. Use only the needed ballot drop boxes, preferably placed in police and fire stations. Promote community. Encourage voter ID, one-day in-person voting. Get rid of the election machines. Instead, implement a hand count procedure. By the way, Argentina did it with 30 million ballots counted to our 137,000 ballots. Together we can do this. Together we can restore San Joaquin County elections. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Right, thank you. Anybody else from the public wish to address the board on an item that is not on the agenda? Going once, going twice. Right. Seeing no one, we will go ahead and close public comment. Bring it back to minutes. This is for approval of the minutes for Board of Supervisors regular meeting, November 7th, 2023.
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second by Vice Chair. Could vote, please? All right, is adopted 5-0. All right, move on to consent items. Consent items 1 through 35. Anybody from this board wishing to pull anything from consent?
4, please, Chairman, along with 16 and 20.
4, 16. Supervisor Dean?
I'd like to pull 3, 8, and 24, please.
24?
24.
All right, what about, all right, seeing nobody else? And Supervisor Patty, number 27.
Thank you, Chairman.
And I'm going to pull item 34. So I don't see anybody from Public Works here. And if nobody from Public Works is here, then I suggest somebody call them on the phone and have them get down here. So we'll start off with Supervisor Ding at item number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All this new. There we go. Okay, item number 3, appointments to boards and commissions. Once again, I think it's very important that we thank those that are serving on our public boards, and we thank those, for their service that are leaving. We have a new appointment to our Workforce Development Board, Paul Lanning, who's got over 20 years experience in the field, and I just want to welcome him to the board. Richard Harmon has been appointed to the Lockford Municipal Advisory Committee. As you know, in the 4th District, we don't have, a lot of city councils, or one city council. I guess most of you have 1 or 2. But I have 5 municipal advisory committees that pretty much act as our government liaison, so I know what's going on in Murata and Lockford and Linden and Woodbridge, et cetera. So it's a very important position. So Richard Harmon has been appointed in Lockford, and I want to thank him. I would also like to thank, for their service, Thornton resident Maria Alvarado and Dewey Upton, who are leaving the Thornton Municipal Advisory Committee, and just publicly acknowledge their service and thank them. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Dean. All right, see nobody else in the queue. Supervisor Patty, you had number 4.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just very brief. I wanted to ask the CAO, probably going back a couple months, I had asked, and I was provided to my office, but I had suggested that our proper protocol, or something that would be appreciated, is getting an actual reconciliation. So when we close out our books in June, there are assumptions on the tax roll and the revenues coming into the county, and my understanding is that it was much higher than when we closed out. So I think we should have a reconciliation. And again, some of this information, probably all the information, was sent to my office, but I believe that should be agendized, and we should get a complete update so we know what the reserves are, we know what the revenue coming in, we know what the dollars that are actual for that year that we closed out and went forward on budgeting. So to the CAO, are you planning on doing, or can you set up an agenda so that we have a full reconciliation of what we know is our actual tax roll? Or tax revenue, I guess would be the proper word.
Yeah, okay. So essentially, let me see if I can understand what you're asking. And I do remember some discussion of this previously, and as you mentioned, I do believe we sent that to your office. You're asking for what our projected revenue is versus what our actual revenue is, because typically what we've had happen is revenue came in higher than had been expected because we don't have the rolls closed and identified until we're into the new fiscal year. Is that the question?
Correct. So that once we do actually know what those revenues are, instead of that, I think it's a baseline 5% assumption, it could be up or down. I think it's helpful for the board to know and have clarity on exactly what it was once fully reconciled. I think that'd be a fair request. Would you agree?
I'm confused as to how that would tie into our budget timetable.
Supervisor Patty, so I think when you had asked about that before, and I sent a memo to the Board of, okay, so is that what you're talking about,
Yes.
that reconciliation? So what additional information would you like? Or would you like it?
I think it should be brought to the board. So
Okay.
we have an open meeting and we share with the public what the actual dollars were versus the assumptions. Once that tax roll, and we've heard from the, I guess it's the auditor, right?
Yes. So, okay. So thank you.
Or the tax auditor and tax department or something of, eventually I'll learn somebody's working is on my way out the door, but but I know you've got a lot of helpful information. I just thought it would be beneficial for the board to know exactly what we closed out that year with.
Yes, perfect. So we are including that in our first quarter report, and that's coming to you on December 12th.
Perfect.
So yes, so I just wanted to make sure I understood. So we'll have all of our year-end fund balance, and then the obligations that your board has already committed to, and we have a whole accounting of that. So you'll see it in 2 weeks.
Fantastic. I'm glad you had clarity. I wasn't making myself clear for our CAO to understand. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's exactly what I needed to know, and glad to know it's forthcoming.
Yes. You'll see it soon.
Want to have a great day. Thanks.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty. Anybody from the public wishing to comment on item number 4? See no one. Don't see anybody else in the queue. So I'll go ahead and move on to item number 8. This is Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've already done my thank yous to everyone except one of the changes you'll see on your agenda of the meeting is, and obviously since it's National Clerks Week, they started adding the names of those people we were appointing to the board and those people that were leaving. And I just want to thank you for doing that, and because I do think it's a valuable point. So thank you.
All right, seeing anybody else in the queue? Anybody from the public wishing to comment on this item? And no one. We'll move on to item number 16, and this is Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. This is going through Director Dietrich. Good morning, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, sir. Thank you.
Fantastic. Just real quick question. I know on my item number 20 that I pulled, there's a line item that specifies what is the administrative fees associated with the allocation of these dollars?
Sir, is this item 16 or 20?
This is item 16. In item 20, I see it is noted.
So generally for grant dollars, in order to administer the grant dollars, the process, there's generally between 5 and 12% allowance for grant administration. And for the particular allocation we have that we're looking to reimburse the housing authority, there are some grant dollars for BHS to administer the larger program that was approved by the board, I think 2 board meetings ago.
Understood. And I wanted to also get a little clarity on, and thank you, maybe in the future might be helpful to note that. I think it just gives us a little clarity. Again, it's noted in item number 20, which we'll be speaking about shortly. One question also I wanted to get a little clarity on is who qualifies for the residency in the programs?
So these are basically technically forensically involved. So behavioral health consumers that have criminal charges. Currently, the satellite apartments are used for our CONREP program, which is a conditional release. So individuals that have gone to Napa State Hospital and have failed restoration of competency, incompetent to stand trial, they are returned to their jurisdiction and managed locally. The satellite apartments themselves have been kind of master leased by BHS for a number of years and on a partnership with UOP and the CONREP program. This behavioral health bridge housing is similar transitional housing for individuals that might be incompetent to stand trial, state charges, but managed in the community. So these would be BHS consumers pending a criminal charge, managed in the community, or coming back from a field restoration of competency program.
And what would be the average length of stay at this apartment?
Some of it is transitional, some of it's permanent. This might be 90 days to 2+ years. And these also would be generally people that would be otherwise unhoused.
Understood. Great. And these are one of these great programs we have, so I kind of want to share and talk and have a little bit better understanding. And while they're on the facility, are they monitored? Is there a person on staff that oversees, or multiple staff members that look at daily administration and watch, kind of a watchful eye?
There'd be a watchful eye, but it's not a locked facility by any means. We have a day program also run by UOP where these consumers can come in and do activities. But this is a larger, a little bit off topic, but there's the 31 units there. The owners are aging out, and this is an opportunity for us to buy it. But we're also setting it up for the parking lot and maybe coming back in a year or so with a tax credit application to actually build a 3-story new construction there, because we're going to have more of these consumers as we implement care courts November of next year. But no, they are case managed like we are with most other individuals that are in crisis residential. So it's not 24/7 on site.
Understood. And is anybody self-sufficient where they pay rent, or it's all subsidized?
These particular units would be subsidized either by a project-based, a tenant-based voucher, or supported monies from the bridge housing program.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. I don't see anybody on the queue from up here. Anybody from the audience wishing to comment on this item? And none. Move on to item number 20, which is Supervisor Patty.
Thank you again, Chairman. Welcome back. Thanks. Question for you. The stand, the Stocktons Against Drug Use, something, I guess there's an acronym here. If I scroll through, I'll find it real quick. But who is STAND? I'm unfamiliar with them.
They've been in the community for a number of years, but Fred Schell, I think you would recognize him. He's not in the audience today, but he's a individual and an entity that we've had a longstanding partnership with, building or remodeling single-family residences to put consumers in. This board approved 3-4 months ago about $2 million for them to buy 5 residences to house unhoused individuals. So a long-standing member of the community, and it's Stocktonians taking action to neutralize drugs.
There it is. Thank you. So one question I have that I would have liked to have seen in this packet is qualifications to house. So that I know that it looks like by reading it that St. Mary's is going to be selecting the client that would be suitable to go in. I don't see any qualifications that we're seeing. So we're randomly allowing someone else to decide what's going to happen. And I have no doubt that there's going to be some sort of structure, but I personally would like to have known what that structure looks like.
So these are the underlying contracts for a grant we accepted a couple months ago, the $11.1 million. These are the underlying implementations of them. But it's a Caltrans area under the I-5 and Highway 4, the Mormon Slough area, working with Petra from St. Mary's, but moving them unsheltered into shelters and then into these housing situations. We actually did a pivot and a pivot back. We're looking to do 14 to 18 single-family residences because we need to actually spend the money or encumber the money by June of next year. We had looked about remodeling a commercial building to do this, but to that point, it's going to be individuals that are unsheltered in those encampments that are case managed and be made housing ready to move into these single-family residences. So I know the letter has the term housing first, but I would pivot that these are going to be individuals that are housing ready, that transition through the shelter, that have a lot of case management, and we're going to make sure that they're going to be successful as possible in the residential placements.
Understood. And again, I think if that were included, the exact parameter that was going to make a qualified candidate or client to go into that housing, that would be informative to us. I know that St. Mary's is here and could answer. And again, I'm certain there's going to be some qualification. One of the questions I would have is there any level of self-sufficiency, or are they going to be moved into what will then be permanently paid by the taxpayer housing?
So one of the items that we deal with Stand is that is very novel. We've had a longstanding partnership. Whole Person Care Dignity has funded units for them. What's novel is that generally a housing choice voucher, you generally can't have non-familial people in that unit, so you can't have an apartment with two individuals that are not related. With the Stand partnership, we've used housing choice vouchers to basically put a lease on the bedroom themselves. So in these units, multiple vouchers in the unit based upon the bedroom, that allows the housing authority to use more of their vouchers. But ultimately, our goal would be, if there are individuals that could become self-sufficient, that could come from the streets, get vocational training, and get documents and other things in order, and get a job, and then move on, that would be our ultimate goal, because we need some throughput to move people from the streets to shelters into this transitional housing, and then to be self-sufficient. That is our ultimate goal.
Got it. For me, I would like to see what that criteria was. So it's missing.
And I don't know if Petra, I don't know if she's still in the back, but because it would be her team that would be actually the boots on the ground in the Mormon Slough.
Yeah, so we currently have 3 houses with Stand, so we're already implementing this model, and it's been tremendous in moving out folks from the shelter who otherwise can't be housed. So it's folks who need a little bit additional assistance, and so in this community environment, we've really been able to move some folks out who otherwise may end up in the shelter lifelong. And they are contributing, so they have to pay a portion of the rent. Individuals who have a housing voucher are able to pay 30% of the cost of their income towards the rent. But those who don't have an income, don't have the housing authority voucher subsidy, then they're just paying from their own income directly.
Great. So they are qualified to some capacity, and they're contributing 100% of the clients that go into this program?
Correct. Yes. So this is permanent housing. Many of them have SSI, so they're using their SSI income to pay a portion of the housing costs.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Again, it's missing, so that's why I had to ask.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Glad to have it, and glad that we're doing it. And it seems like good use of funds, because we need to expand that gateway so that we have the shelter first approach, and then we have the gateway to supportive housing and on. So thank you for the effort in bringing this forward. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Ding.
I want to thank Supervisor Patty for making a note and bringing this forward because it is important, it's the big debate we have about housing first versus are we making a transition what we're doing. I do want to point something out in the realm of other projects that we've been discussing, and it's not to belittle any of these programs here, but just to point out one of the things you just said that is really starting to get under my skin in this community. After 11 months, we're working with them because we have a long-standing partnership. And what I've noticed in this county is long-standing partnerships tend to be the norm. And if we start doing business with other contractors, developers, especially that have been critical of county business, they don't get the same treatment. So when I hear long-standing partnership, and I'm not talking about Fred. Fred's a marvelous person, and he does great work. But it really sends the hair up on the back of my neck because it reminds me of Stockton in the 70s. And I just want to make sure we're keeping an open eye. The other thing I've noticed just going through here, I mean, we have no problem spending $2.5 million on, to clean up the problems we already have. $17 million to $26 million increase in budget, $4 million. I mean, but we try to build a healthcare clinic in Lodi that we already have a $1.8 million federal grant, a couple of million, and it's been World War III. We need there needs to be priorities here. And I know some of this, it's, staff, their jobs are supported because we get these grants from the federal government. We got to keep applying for the grants, and the grant money goes in, and it's easy. It's all programmable. But the goal of us is to protect our community and to serve the community. At the end of the day, the only thing that matters are those disenfranchised individuals in housing. Are they helping? Are they on the road to recovery? Are we stopping people from becoming homeless because there's a clinic right there where they live where they can get treatment? At the end of the day, the goal is not how many federal dollar grants we get, how much staff we hire. It's, did we service the community? Are we keeping them safe? Are we doing the best to service them? And sometimes I think we lose a little track out of that. So thank you for listening to my rampage for the day.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Canepa.
I just have a question. So when the homeless shelter, who took over those homes that they had? Is that
So I believe you're talking about the HOPWA homes, the housing for opportunities for people with AIDS. That is still in transition. I've been dealing with the prior Stockton shelter for the homeless chair, but our goal is ultimately to have those transferred to Stand.
And then what money would cover those? So what money currently covers those? Are we paying for those?
So the HOPWA grant, which we'll be bringing, I believe, on the 12th or 13th of December, covers that. That's an annual grant from the state to provide residential supports for the eligible consumers that are in those residences.
And how many houses and rooms do we know?
I believe there are 6 residences, probably in the order of 20 beds, and I don't know if Peter, you'd have more. Yeah.
No, that's fine. But so Stan's taking those over.
That is our goal, but it has not occurred yet, and we're working to, when it is transferred via an escrow process, to put a deed restriction on those homes again, to require that they be used for the HOPWA purpose for an additional 20 years.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, is anybody else in the queue? So open up for the public. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item? No one? We'll move on to item number 24, which is Supervisor Ding.
Oh, 24.
Yes. Medical mobile van.
Or $300,000 for a mobile unit. Have we done a study to see if there's any services available or a cost-benefit analysis on the ones we've got right now? How many mobile units do we have right now?
Public Health has none. We used state-funded, state-provided mobile vans for vaccination to mobile farm workers, individuals that could not go to a clinic for a vaccine or a vaccine event. So currently, Public Health has zero.
So for 300,000, we might get another van that does the same thing. We might be able to go out to a migrant labor camp and give vaccines. Once again, the only reason I'm bringing this up is for another $2 million. We could have another clinic in the middle of a needed, area in Lodi, California, that's been, cited there for the last 2 years. They've been saying it's on the drawing board, and we're arguing about whether there's, a constituent need, whether, we have any need for more health care in San Joaquin County, but yet we're going to spend $300,000 on a mobile unit, which, by the way, I just went to one here about a month ago when we had the student event out at the Cabral Ag Center, and I had asked the person out front, I said it was with the mobile unit, and I said, so how do I get use of this? And they said, what do you mean? I said, well, I'm in crisis here. Do I just call and you show up? And she says, well, I'm not really sure exactly how that handled. My point being, again, is $300,000. We throw this money around. I don't think the goal tends to be we have a grant. This is for the purchase. Let's just get the job done. But does it really serve the constituents of the area that it's meant to serve? So I'm adding these all up, and you're going to hear this until the end of day. I'm really trying to figure out why putting a healthcare clinic in a needed area that you requested for 2 years, and all of a sudden we're worried about whether there's patients, whether there's money, but we're spending millions and millions of dollars cleaning everything up, and it just seems to me that maybe it's because we don't, quote, have a long-standing relationship with the individuals that are proposing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Canova.
Well, the more alarming number is it's $887,000, 423, which was my question, because when it was on the agenda, it shows 300,000 for that. So, but I think what the most important part is during COVID, we've had a real drop off, right, in the number of people seeking vaccines. Is that what happened? Or because a lot of people in lower socioeconomic areas aren't getting immunized, right?
Pediatric vaccines, seasonal influenza have seen a decline with vaccine hesitancy, but this is disease control and prevention. Right now, when Public Health does a mobile event, that they put stuff in the back of cars and have to set up a pop-up tents or whatnot. So this is not just vaccines, but it is also health promotions and other things that Public Health does in the community to prevent communicable diseases.
So that's what the other $547,000 is, and that's the important, right? Because that's education, getting folks,
Correct. So the larger that the increase in appropriations is to take advantage of the grant dollars in this current budget year. These grant dollars were set to expire June of 24. My understanding is that now we have two additional years to spend the dollars compliantly, and it has been a struggle to work with the state to proffer ways to spend the money and have them given an approval. It took us a long time for the state to provide us an approval for this particular van because of the process, but this is going to be something needed that Public Health can go out self-service to do. Migrant farm workers show up at shelters and other places. Right now we are limited.
Right, and the possibility of doing other events outside of Monday through Friday is doable.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Brother Canova. Going to open up for the public. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item? And no one? I'll go ahead and move on to item number 27, which is Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe we've got our purchasing director here, or our hospital CEO. Good morning, sir. How are you today?
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Rickman. Good morning, members of the board. Good morning, CAO. Thank you for having me.
Glad you're here, and thanks for being here to answer this quick question. I've struggled with this in the past, and we've taken some measures in the county to try to give local businesses an opportunity to compete against what appears to be large national chains and do a price match. Now, I'm noticing by reading this, we had awarded Allied, even though they had a higher bid when brought in for an RFP proposal. We gave Allied some sort of preference, and they were brought in. I believe this is before your tenure.
It was, yes.
So they were brought in. We did a RFP back in 2021, and there's a lack of satisfaction. So we're going to move forward and go to an alternate company from the same RFP. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, question, is this to expedite for time, or why is it that we're not doing a brand new RFP to see if there's a local company that could participate?
My understanding is the local company did not have the resources back when. I mean, we would always rather go local, but when you look at the volume, I mean, the French camp is a challenged area, and the importance of the guards is significant. So we have a large presence of them. So it's really difficult for a local company, number one, to have them in their essentially on their bench. So they really have to go out and recruit. And again, there would be some probably turnover with or probably some of the Allied people may choose to go for the local contractor, but we couldn't guarantee that. And just to get to where we needed people with significant, bench strength, significant ability to bring people in the beginning while we hire our local people for those positions.
Okay, and it's a 2-year, and thank you, I appreciate that.
No problem.
I understand. You guys, it's not your first rodeo, so you understand what you're looking for, and
sure,
I appreciate qualifications is a major factor, as well as a depth chart, so that there's adequate staff as needed, which is critical. Right. For the day-to-day operation, public safety. So I appreciate that. Just in the past, we've had issues where we've awarded contracts that some local companies, may have been able to provide some of the services, but they've missed out. So I think we'll keep an eye on this one, and we'll constantly check in with local companies and give them an opportunity. But I was wondering why we went back to a 21 RFP in case there was any local company.
So just really important for me, anything that we do, we'd rather do locally. Obviously we're a community hospital. We want the community to be involved. So anything we do, we'd prefer to do locally. But sometimes when the capacity is just not there, sometimes you have to go to the national company. So we'll always honor that. As anything we can do locally, we certainly will. Part of our mission.
Completely understood. And I know lastly, we're saving money going with with Good Guard. So I think we're being careful stewards of the taxpayer dollars and use. So I appreciate that. That's a significant amount of money that's being saved for the same amount of services. So job well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, and look forward to the continued excellence that we're getting out at San Joaquin General Hospital.
Thank you. And one more piece just for everybody's knowledge. All of our good employees, we're going to do everything we can to keep them to make the transition. And we think we'll get some of our current people to stay as well.
Oh, good.
Yeah. All right.
Good
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right.
Hang on one sec. There may be other board members.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Patty. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the public. Anybody in the public who wishes to address the board on this item? No one. Bring it back to the board. There's nobody. You want, so you're free to go.
All right. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
All right. I pulled item number 34, which is the endorsement of the 2024 top 10 priority list of county of San Joaquin specially funded public works transportation projects. Thank you, Mr. Buckman, for being here. I want to go ahead and give just a quick brief on this.
The top 10 transportation priority list is used by public works staff, presented to the board every year for approval. It's used for us to seek funding through One Voice and other lobbying efforts for local transportation projects in the county. Whether or not the county is the lead in delivering the projects or not, they're projects that are regionally significant to the county overall. And we update the list each year, present it to the board based on updated traffic projections, projects that no longer need funding, for example. So that list is updated every year. This particular year, the projects in the list have not changed, but the order of some of them have changed, but the top three also have remained the same.
All right, thank you. The question I had, which I imagine you're ready for it because I mention it every year. Item number 3, 11th Street corridor improvements. And in the description, it states construction of a roundabout at each of the intersections in that corridor. And you know what my feeling is about that.
Yes.
So why don't you go ahead and talk to me about that? Because last time I mentioned it, you guys related that, oh, it's just in there, you know, it doesn't mean we're going to do it, but why is it in there?
Correct. The project plans intersection improvements along the 11th Street corridor. It has not been determined what those improvements will be, whether they're roundabouts or signalized intersections. What we've noted in the description is that we have assumed, for the purposes of the cost estimate, roundabouts because they are the most conservative from a budget standpoint. In other words, the roundabouts are the more expensive alternative, and so if we don't include those in the cost estimate, we've effectively precluded them. So no, we are not committing to doing roundabouts. It has not been determined what those improvements will be. That will be determined through the study and ultimately adopted by this board.
Okay. And, you know, I've been very vocal, being either on COG or on this board or even when I was mayor, that, I mean, I just don't like seeing it in there. I understand it's like a placement for funding and so on, but when the public sees these and reads it and they see roundabout, and then I get phone calls and other allied agencies, be it in law enforcement, whatever it may be, you know, starts asking questions because nobody wants it. And the reason being, and we discussed this in detail, you know, the 11th Street and Casson roundabout is a disaster. It's been a disaster since day one. It's been in there. And I know the county has, and, you know, changed the dynamics, engineered it differently, and we're even talking about more engineering in order to fix that roundabout. And then the county, we're talking about, you know, putting a roundabout at Bird, Banta, and Chrisman. So that's 3 major intersection. If this one is a problem, and so, God, you got to love government. So if one's a problem, let's increase the problem 3-fold and put 3 more roundabouts in it. I mean, I can tell you that's District 5. I don't want it, and if it comes before this board, I'll do everything in my power to defund it. If that means getting this room full of residents of South County and allied agencies in order for you guys to get the message, I don't want to see this on here. Construction median intersection improvements, I mean, of course. I mean, we can always make intersections and medians safer, but for the roundabout itself, it's ridiculous. I might pull this and do a motion to remove it, this language from item number 3. But also I just want to bring to the awareness of the public, you know, we talked about with the last meeting or the meeting before about getting more funding for trips to Washington, D.C. or Sacramento by this board in order to advocate for different projects. And these are many of the projects that we would go to Washington or Sacramento to advocate for our state representatives or our federal representatives to get funding. You know, we do it with the Council of Governments every year in May, and we've had some great success. I mean, for example, the 99-120, was it last year? We got $5 million, or the year before? I think it was last year. And $2.5 million for the Grant Line Road corridor. So it is very worthwhile to take these trips to get funding. And one of the major complaints that we get here on this board, or as an elected official, it's not limited to this board by any means. But I know I had the privilege of sitting with many city council members, city officials on Council of Governments, and we all hear the same thing with the infrastructure. People want the roadway fixed. you talk about the efficient flow of traffic. Example, I can sit here and talk about traffic forever, after spending 27.5 years with the Highway Patrol working traffic in this area. I mean, I can tell you I know traffic very, very well. But, our number one priority in this county is the 99-120. The first phase, we should be hopefully starting construction here, next year, I believe it is. And then we're working on phase 2, which we have already received some funding for of that same intersection. But you look at it this way, you go down in 99-120 has been a problem, but you fix that intersection, relieve congestion on 99, can relieve congestion on 120, which relieves congestion on I-5, which relieves congestion on 205, then 205 to 580. So that whole entire accordion effect. So, the number 2 project, the I-205 managed lanes, is right now we're studying it, of course, and to increase 1 lane in each direction. So we have a 3-lane roadway now, a freeway, adding a lane each lane before. We're also looking at the center median, whether Valley Link would come down the center median, connect up to the Pleasant and Bart and that area, but we're also looking at whether it be a carpool or a bus lane and so on. So there are some different avenues we're still looking at, but it's a project that we're looking at very closely. But then 11th Street corridor improvements, Escalon-Balota Road, Byron Road improvements, Mariposa Road, the 2 different projects on that, Lower Sacramento Road, railroad crossing improvements, SR4 corridor improvements, and McHenry Avenue improvements. And where are we at with the Grant Line Road improvements? I know we have a public hearing coming up, right?
Yes, we have a public meeting on December 5th.
And where that? Give me more details, what time, any of that stuff? I know I'm putting you on the spot on this.
I don't have that information with me. I can certainly share
That's
that
fine.
with
If
you.
folks are watching, they want to attend, please reach out to my office or Public Works. And
Yeah, it's December 5th in the evening in the South County area. It's in the Tracy area somewhere. I don't know the location off the top of my head, though, but it's that will be next Tuesday evening.
But and this goes to show you too, is mostly in South County, and this county, as a whole, we're very, very fortunate. Our economic development is doing very well, especially in South County. But you look in Grant Line Road where this project is, you have a 3 million square foot Amazon that just opened up here recently, and you have all the industrial, and these economic development warehouses are being built in the city limits, but traffic is confined to the city. It goes, it goes everywhere. So you're having road improvements in the county or in the city, but not in the county. So you're funneling from multiple roadways or multiple lane roadways into a 1-lane roadway each direction, and east-west roadway, which causes a huge congestion and traffic safety issues. So, and that's something that we need to look at as a county. As the cities build their infrastructure, we have to make sure that businesses or whatever that goes into that goes into those areas are looking to improve not just the roadways immediate in front of their location, but into the county as well, because our county residents are paying the price of that. So like I said, I can talk about this all day. I'm going to stop here now and let my colleagues speak. So Supervisor Dean.
Chairman, yeah, I was just going to ask you, explain to me how this government here works. If you don't like it, let's pull it. We should be pulling spending money. I mean, staff time is money. And if they're pouring all this time, they could be doing other things, putting their resources and their time into other things. So I would support that. And, again, it kind of goes along with the theme of the day. We're doing this because we got to find a way to spend the grant money. And it's kind of, we're locus and focus. And I just want to remind everybody, we are 1/58th of the state. Just because you have a couple pennies in your pocket doesn't mean you have to spend them. It has to start somewhere. And if we don't have a need for it, we shouldn't be spending the money, even if it means we're not getting that grant from the state, because at the end of the day, we're all going to pay for it anyway. So I'd support a motion if you want to pull it.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Canepa.
I just have a question. So 8 Mile Road is an absolute train wreck, and I know Lower Sac, part of it's COG. I mean, who owns what out there, and how do I get on this list? Because I mean, if you go down 8 Mile Road, it goes from 3 lanes to 2 lanes to 1 lane to turn lanes and no turn lanes. Is there any method to the madness? Or because I know part of it's county and part of it's, but I mean, when we punt to COG to do it, you know what I mean? Individual needs of certain cities, like my district, are kind of overlooked because I'm not in the grand scheme of all this because most of my district's already built out. So in fairness and equality, how do I get on this list?
Right. Well, to answer your question, 8 Mile Road from I-5 west to the west end of Spanish Park is in the city, and development has portions of that road under construction and has future plans to widen it further. The section between there, the west end of Spanish Park, and the Delta, which the name of the road is escaping me, Empire Tract Road, that is county, and that is not planned to be widened. We just did a resurfacing project on the very west end of that, but our challenge has been keeping that in good, and that section of road in good repair because it's on kind of some soft peat soils that are a challenge for us to maintain. But the portion from Spanish Park to I-5 is going to be widened by development, and so there's not really necessarily a need for public funding for that to get the road to the general plan width. It's just the city's Stockton has to make sure they condition developments to deliver roadway improvements in a timely manner to keep up with the demands of development.
So do we have any jurisdiction in that area, or it's all city then?
It's all city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. We're going to open for the public. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? Bring it back to the board. All right, I am going to pull this item for a separate vote.
If I could, Chair, recommend a little bit of information in response to the previous questions and comments you made.
Yes.
The community meeting is at Banta Elementary School next Tuesday at 5 o'clock to 6:30. So I wanted to thank you, Nicole, for giving me that info. And then I do understand you're concerned about the roundabouts. We have struggled with the multi-lane roundabout at Casson and 11th. And the roundabouts we're talking about on 11th Street would be multi-lane as well. So, we realize we've had challenges there. We had, and I understand the concern also about the public's perception because we had an article in the Manteca Bulletin today where the author mistook the phrase, the reference to roundabout as being that we were going to, or meaning we were going to install roundabouts as well. So we were trying to be transparent saying, the cost estimates include roundabouts. So if the improvements don't include roundabouts, the cost is going to be lower. But if it increases clarity, we're happy to remove that sentence from the description because it's not necessarily the plan to do roundabouts.
All right, thank you. And I think that's a great idea to remove it because, again, you're just stirring up the public when you don't have to. And that thing is, hey, there's good uses of roundabouts in certain locations.
Right.
And this on 11th Street is just not it. Hey, I've taken many crashes there, investigated many crashes there.
We acknowledge the struggles with that roundabout, yes.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Pull 24 for separate vote as well. We were just told that we were going to buy it and then we'll figure out a purpose for it later. And I think we need to discuss, it is money. We can't just spending money because we have it. So I'd like to have a separate vote on that.
Which one's that?
24.
24. All right, so, Supervisor Canepa.
Just for a point of clarity, he just fixed the problem, right?
Well, we're gonna do a separate vote for that to include that in that.
The language change?
Yeah. So all we're gonna do is remove the word roundabout. That's it. And I think it'd be cleaner if we do a separate vote on that.
Okay. So the motion will be with that in it?
Yeah, I'll make the motion.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. Sorry.
Council.
Thank you, Chair.
I was just going to say, at that time, you
Right.
can make a motion, but you've already jumped to it, though. Thanks.
So
Rickman, I would recommend just striking that whole last sentence from the description and the list.
Okay, we'll get there in 1 second. All right, thank you. All right, so I'll entertain a motion to approve consent items 1 through 35 minus items 24.
Move to approve.
Hold on. Minus item 24 and 34, which are being pulled for a separate vote. So we have a motion for that.
Move to approve the remainder of minus 24 and 34.
Do a second?
No second.
And we have a second by Vice Chair. Go ahead and vote for that, please. It is adopted 5-0. Item number 24 has been pulled by Supervisor Ding.
I'd like to make a motion we withhold on this until, we're not just a rubber stamp. And that's what I'm starting to feel like out here, just because the grant money's out here and let's spend $2-3 million. Anyway, I would like to pull this so it comes back and we can, not just this item, but how does it fit into the general plan on behavioral health and so forth? And do they actually have an absolute need for it right now? So for the time being, I don't want to approve this. Motion is to what?
To bring it back for discussion at a later time.
Bring it back for discussion at a later time.
And that time is open?
Yeah, time is open when they have an
at a
actual
later
clue.
time. All right, we have a second? I'll go ahead and second it. Can I have a vote, please?
So we're voting
to bring it back at a later time.
Bring it back. That's what an affirmative is.
What,
bring it back.
Through the chair, my understanding is the motion is to continue to for a date uncertain, which would mean we haven't. It won't necessarily come back unless it's agendized. So that was my understanding of the motion.
I mean,
that's correct.
That's fine. Yeah, that's good. So as this is right here, it's adopted, passed 4-1. All right, item number 34, the one that I just pulled back here on the agenda, and a motion to approve minus the 11th Street Corridor Improvement Project. Well, let's rephrase that. Approve item number 34 minus the cost estimate allows for the construction of a roundabout at each of the intersection of the corridor as it relates to 11th Street Corridor Improvement be stricken from the record. Council, you're looking at me like.
But I just want to clarify, the intent is to strike item number 3 or
just that
priority number 3 in its entirety, or I heard earlier discussion of simply striking reference to the roundabout.
Just the reference, not keep it where the ranking is. Keep it where it is. Just the only thing I want removed is this sentence. The cost estimate allows for the construction of a roundabout at each of the intersections of the corridor. Strike that from the record.
And then also, I think in the description, you would want stricken. I'll read the entirety. It says construction of a median and intersection improvements through 4-mile corridor. Cost estimate allows for construction of a roundabout at each of the intersections in the corridor. I think my suggested amendment would be you strike of a roundabout, and so it would just go for construction at each of the intersections of the corridor. And that's in the description on 4.34C.
You're just saying strike out of a roundabout?
Correct. That would be, it seems to be what you're seeking to do.
Mr. Buckman, how's that?
I would just as soon delete that whole sentence.
All right. So as I mentioned before, keeping this item in place as the rank where it's ranked, and the only thing removed would be that last sentence. The cost. Sorry, here The cost estimate allows for the construction of a roundabout at each of the intersections in the corridor be stricken for the record. Is that clear, Counselor?
Yes, it is.
I'll second that motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. A vote, please. It adopted 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And thank you, everybody, for your patience. All right, we are going to move to discussion, which sound like a lot of you are here for. And you all don't have to leave. We have plenty of time, more interesting subjects. All right, we move on to discussion number 1, which is approve the use of $44,900 from the Supervisor of District 2 Fund for flock cameras for Lincoln Center. And I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Canepa.
This is part of my ask for a request for Supervisor District funds to help fund flock cameras at Lincoln Center and the tune of $44,900. I don't know if somebody from the Sheriff's Department would like to come and speak on behalf of what they do, how they work, how they help the Sheriff's Department fight crime and keep our county safe. Morning.
I oversee the Special Services Division, which includes Lincoln Center. So I appreciate you bringing this up and offering this up to us. So the cameras themselves, we're going to put them, our intent is to put them at strategic locations throughout Lincoln Center, the ingresses and egresses, so we can capture any vehicle traffic coming in and out or anything like that. So what we found is because the bank is there, because a jewelry store is there, because some of the other high targeted shopping establishments are there, those are prime locations for theft and criminal activity. And so what these cameras will allow us to do is help us in our investigation when those crimes occur, whether it be from Lincoln Center or passing through. So these cameras won't just help Lincoln Center, but they'll help the entire public surrounding that area. They're going to help us. So if there's a crime that occurs and vehicles go by, we can reference back to the camera, and at a really quick rate, we have some pretty good deputies that are experts in looking at those cameras and being able to establish who, what the vehicle was, where it was last seen, and what the want is, so we can spread that out throughout the county. So we've had a couple incidences in Lincoln Center to where there was a jewelry store robbery. Based on those cameras outside of Lincoln Center, we were able to locate what who the suspect vehicle was, locate it, and we ended up doing a pursuit and apprehended the suspects.
Perfect. I mean, there's tons of potential, and I mean, I think it adds a tool, because everyone says, well, what good is that? I mean, public safety is a public good for everybody, as far as how we go about doing our business and making sure that we catch bad people doing bad things. And somebody had once said that possibly that the gentleman that shot the Amazon driver on I-5, actually one of the flock cameras that's currently there caught him going into that parking lot. So they're very effective, and I would appreciate if you guys approve this for me so that we can do our work in District 2.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Thank you, Captain. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman, and I appreciate Supervisor Canepa coming in. Thank you for coming and explaining. I was really wondering, we have a bird issue? We have flock cameras. I was waiting to see what this was about. So just reading the title of it. But while I appreciate this coming forward from District 2, I'm just curious why we don't have it automatically if it's something the Sheriff's Department would want. Lincoln Center is one of the top tax revenue generators for the county. So through the chair, I'd ask County Council, what would it take for us to do an allocation just directly from general fund so that we don't have to have the use of district dollars for something that benefits the entire county? Do we have to re-agendize this, or?
Yeah, you would have to re-agendize it. I would also, my understanding is Lincoln Center is in the city of Stockton, so I think generally we don't allocate county money for improvements within incorporated areas.
It's county.
Oh, is it? Okay, my
Venice
mistake.
County.
My mistake. I know where it is. I just looked like I thought it was in the city. In any event, we would have to agendize it if we were re-agendize if we were going to do that.
All right, well, I'm in favor of moving forward to approve this, of course. I'm glad you brought this forward and brought it to our attention. We're all about public safety, but again, we have a very top-tier destination point, and public safety is paramount, and every tool possible would be great. So I would go forward with approving this as proposed, but I would also recommend that we re-agendize and the board could possibly replenish that through another process, that allocation of dollars, so that you have those dollars for other parts of your community that might also need it.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One, I want to congratulate the Sheriff's Department for using the tools they have to the best of the ability. We just secured the $40,000 from AT&T for flock cameras. You had the flock cameras program that was chasing down the cable and wire thefts with tremendous success. My hat's off to the district attorney who's actually prosecuting the cases, all because of the flock cameras. I want to thank Supervisor Canepa for bringing this forward. I do agree with Tom. Supervisor Patty. It is relevant. They are mobile, so you can move them depending on where your data points are or what have you. But I'm full support, and thank you for bringing this forward, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Canepa, you want to address any of this? I'm not going to put you on the spot here.
Well, no, I'd love to have the money to use for something else. I mean, I just, time-wise, I don't know if this, when we can agendize it to do it, that's huge because, just with all the smash and grabs and just all the mayhem that people, especially during the holidays, the sooner we could do it, the better. We have till June to spend the money. So, however expedited it could happen, yeah.
That's a good question. Mostly with Christmas around the corner. How long would it take to get that deployed? Who has the answer to that? There she is. You thought you were going to just sit in the back?
Ms. Regalo, she's been helping with the language on this, so thank you very much for your help in expediting this for District 2. I appreciate it.
Sure. Through the chair. So the question is, so just to let you know, so when we establish these funds, and I appreciate that Supervisor Canepa, and glad to help as far as writing the board letter or assisting.
So you wrote it for him? Is that what you're telling me?
Assisting. I'll say assisting. And I think it is a good use of the funds. It is in your district. It does benefit the community, and anyone gets to go in. And in here, you'll see that the sheriff did, I think you have one camera that you have that's probably paid through your budget?
That is correct. We do have several cameras in the vicinity,
Or
but
maybe
not
there's
dedicated
50.
to Lincoln Center.
Okay, so I think there are 55 cameras overall, but I don't know if those are all in the budget of the sheriff or if that's done through the Lincoln properties. But to answer your question, we could get something, but it is coming from contingencies. So I think in the last use, we probably had, from the 5 million, we had just over $1 million left, I believe. So this would have to, anytime we do that, it has to come from contingencies, but we could bring something back. But just, I think, not to advocate for anything, but just to say that it is a proper use of funds. And so when Supervisor Canepa in his office had asked for some assistance, I asked them to get a letter from this Lincoln Properties, and they were able to provide that, the quote and everything. And so I believe that's, it's your prerogative of what you want to fund, what projects you want to fund within your district with your $250,000. I agree that does go away at the end of June if you don't use it. And then, in the next budget.
Right. The question is, though, how long would it take to get the thing up and running?
Well, okay, we're already doing for December 12, so probably in December 12th or the next one. Today is the deadline, technically, for December 12th.
But I'd love to wait. Yeah, that's fine. I can wait 2 weeks for $40,000. So
what do you want?
If you're willing to do that, and the board could do it, I would appreciate that.
Well, hold on one second. Let's finish this. So we can do it. All right. That question's been answered.
So do I have to remove my request then?
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay.
We just want to get that question out of there. Yes, Supervisor Canepa, you still have the floor, so.
Okay, so then I remove my request for a vote on this to postpone it till December 12th.
And just to be clear, with the request
of using
from the contingencies.
The contingency.
For the same project.
Yes, please, and thank you.
I mean, I guess we can. Yeah, we have a motion. Would that be the easiest way to do it, through a motion?
You can do several things, but as I understand Supervisor Canepa's motion, it is to continue this for a date certain, that being December 12th, and to bring this back with an amendment that instead of being funded from the discretionary fund that each supervisor has, instead that it be funded from the contingency fund. Just to note, that will require a 4/5 vote in order for that to succeed when it's brought back on December 12th.
Okay.
That's one way you could do it.
All right. Would you like to do it that way?
Yes, that's perfect. And then it would take 4/5 vote today, right? Also, because
No.
Just 3.
You've got a motion to continue to a date certain, and that's just a majority vote.
Okay.
Right, so
no pressure.
Why don't you go ahead and make that motion? Make that motion.
A motion that we postpone this till December the 12th to spend out of the county's what fund? Contingency fund.
All right. So we have a motion. We have a second. Okay, we still have a motion on the table. So do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
We have a second, so we still have discussion on this. So Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. It's a moot point. Thank you.
Supervisor Ding. Your mic.
Couldn't we approve Supervisor Canepa's original motion, so we've moved through? It's in his interest to do this, secure them, and then on the 12th, we can agendize reimbursing, taking the $40,000 out of the general account and moving it back over there. That way, we've got a clean motion, we're moving forward and sticking with his original motion.
Yes, that's an alternative way.
Okay,
you
there's
could
no friendly amendment then?
Yeah.
Is that okay for a friendly amendment?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Did you accept that friendly amendment?
Sure.
What about you?
Yes.
All right. Don't see anybody else in the queue. We're open it for the public. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item? And then, seeing none, bring it back to the board, and we're clear on all this, right? So we have a friendly amendment.
Yes, I understand the friendly amendment to be to, in addition to approving this proposal, that we agendize for the 12th, potentially reimbursing the contingency fund, the discretionary fund for the money that was expended.
Right.
That's my understanding of the motion.
So yes, that's correct. So the friendly amendment was accepted, so let's go ahead and do a vote. Adopted 5-0.
Thank you.
Captain. And thank you.
If I could just clarify, the board letter would come from District 2. Isn't that correct?
That would be an acceptable way to handle it.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to need some more help on that one.
All right, moving on to item number 2. Adopt a position in support of HR 1201, Increasing Behavioral Health Treatment Act, and recommend Congressman Harder sign on as a co-sponsor. This was from District 4, so Supervisor Ding, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, following along, obviously our number one priority in this county, or one of them, is the homeless issues and mental health. And exactly how does the process work on the ground? You send out a deputy sheriff. There's an encampment out there. We've got the new process of the care courts that's going to take place after the first of the year. So you've got a deputy that goes and picks somebody up. They take them to the care court. The judge is going to decide, are they Are they just off their medication? Is this a long-term problem, or maybe he's got a warrant out, what have you? They're going to make that decision. For those that are brought through the care court that have a long-term mental health issue, and again, I want to remind everybody, unless you've got the Oziet and Harriet family that I don't know about, the people on the streets that we're talking about, we all know somebody or have a family member out there that's there. And while it's not fair to the community, it's also not fair to leave somebody who's mentally incapacitated out on the street. So the next step is we take them to a long-term, mental health facility. There's a blood clot, so to speak, in the system that limits the capacity of a mental health facility to 16 beds. Now, it was done as kind of an overreach to the state hospital crisis back in the late 60s, 70s. Some people refer to it as Ronald Reagan's only mistake. But anyway, it puts a 16-bed capacity in a facility. This Board of Supervisors wisely just appropriated $56 million from our opioid settlement to go into building a mental health facility out in the French Cap, and it's a great step in the right direction. But we have this one little federal restriction on the amount of beds that we can service. And obviously 16 beds isn't going to cut it. I mean, you're just going to have to open up multiple facilities. So there's an easy fix, and that's eliminate the federal cap. I brought this up to a number of federal representatives, and the one that really latched on is Congresswoman Grace Napolitano, one of the ranking Democrat members from LA. She's been joined by a Republican member of our delegation. The LA County Board of Supervisors got their arms around this. They approved a resolution in support of this resolution as well. Supervisor Patty and I will be going back to D.C. next week on some other related items. I've got a meeting with Congressman Napolitano and some of the other members of the delegation, because if we really want to fix the problem, we got to get rid of some of the roadblocks. And this is a bureaucratic language fix. It doesn't cost any money to do so, but I think everybody can agree that building a facility where you can only have 16 mentally ill people isn't going to really put a dent in our problem here in the county. So what I'm asking the board to do is approve this resolution that supports Congresswoman Grace Napolitano's bill, H.R. 1201, to eliminate the cap on beds in a mental health facility.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. Anybody else in the queue? Let's go ahead and open up for the public. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? And no one, bring it back to the board, or there's no Supervisor Canepa.
So this is huge, but so then what would it be? So is it because they didn't want us putting a lot of mentally ill folks together? Was that the intent of this, or do we know what the intent of this was? Or because I mean, cost-wise, it doesn't make any sense, because while you're building these millions and millions of dollar facilities, hundreds of millions, I don't know what this is going to cost, but I mean, obviously, we're trying to get the money together, and to check the feasibility study right now. So I think it's huge, but I mean, if we could do that, and this would help that sooner than later. So how long would this take? If this gains traction, like you're saying?
Well, it's going to have to go through the House and through the Senate, and be signed by whoever the administration is when it does. But right now, she just introduced the bill a few weeks ago, and so having the LA board support it, they've got 27 Congress individuals or something down there. So that's a big thing. The purpose to this originally is there were some horrific things, not necessarily happening, on California Street here in Stockton at our state hospital, but specifically in New Jersey and at some other states that they just put the brakes on it. They turned into little internment camps. You know, it's people were depositing their unwanted relatives in these, you know, places. It was horrific. And so some light's been shut on that. We have a need, though, and it would transfer most of that power. It would be more local control. You know, you could drive down one stretch of road and find more than 16 individuals that need our help. So we can spend all the millions and millions of dollars we want on buses and houses and everything else, but we're never going to be able to fix the problem until we have treatment for the mentally ill, and we can't possibly provide that until we get rid of this bureaucratic 16-bed cap.
Perfect. I support that, and thank you for bringing this forward.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, is anybody else? I entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
And a motion and a second, and vote, please. All right, it's adopted 5-0. Go on to item number 3. From the Register of Voters, adopt a resolution to appoint the nominees and qualified persons to the Board of Trustees for several reclamation districts. Dale, welcome.
Good morning.
Morning.
Rickman and members of the board. So, do I go ahead and begin? All right, so we're just here. This is a normal course of business, but just in the name of transparency, we brought this forward. Basically, we have several reclamation districts that had 2023 election cycle. We don't facilitate their elections. They host their own elections. However, this Board of Supervisors is responsible for approving any appointments that they may make for their election. So this item is just here for that. It's a course of normal business, and then I'm here to answer any questions if you all have any.
All right, thank you. Don't see anybody in the queue. So open up for the public. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? You know what? Bring it back to the board. There's nobody, then entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Move second.
A motion and a second. I'm going to vote, please. Supervisor Dean, wait for your vote. Wait for you to vote. All right, it's adopted 5-0. Man, look how painless that was.
Well, I want to take credit for the fastest discussion item today.
Nice.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, thank you. You too. All right, move on to item number 4. Accept a report on increasing efficiencies in leadership addressing homelessness in San Joaquin County. Reorganize the Health Care Service Agency to form a Housing and Homeless Service Division. Establish a new general fund budget unit and special revenue fund. Allocate 1 management analysis 3 position. Establish a standing committee of the Board of Supervisors and approve related budget adjustments. And this requires a 4/5 vote. Mr. Diedrich.
Good morning, Chairman Rickman, members of the Board of Supervisors, CEO Wilverding, and County Council Kiernan. On January 24th of this year, the board designated Supervisors Patty and Canepa to work together to coordinate meetings throughout the county with stakeholders to identify best practices, services, and gaps with local agencies and entities assisting the vulnerable, unsheltered population, and to make recommendations for next steps. On April 11th of this year, the ad hoc committee provided an oral report to this board, and the board discussed several next steps to be taken, including appropriating $30,000 to hire consultants for the purposes of further exploring options for the board to consider. Healthcare Services work to establish a consulting contract with United Way of San Joaquin County to provide facilitation services, which resulted in additional key stakeholder interviews and the hosting of a homeless leadership forum on Friday, August 25th. This forum's primary objective was to convene leaders from various sectors across San Joaquin County, provide them with a platform to collectively assess the current state of homelessness services and generate actionable recommendations for enhancing the efficiencies countywide. The finalized recommendation from the forum can serve as a vital roadmap for improving the effectiveness of homelessness services within the county. Ultimately, the goal was to have healthcare services present a report and various initial recommendations to the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, and ensuring that the diverse stakeholders' insight and expertise inform future initiatives to address homelessness in the region. I am pleased to have with me today Kristen Birtwistle, President and CEO of United Way of San Joaquin County, who will discuss the convening process and various action recommendations across 6 domains contained in the report. Following her presentation on the forum's report, I will be addressing the background and rationale for healthcare services making initial, and I want to emphasize initial, set of 9 recommendations to this board, which will establish a foundation for immediate action and set the stage for additional future recommendations over the upcoming budget cycle. So I'd like to turn it over to Kristen, and I believe we also have a video.
Your microphone. How long is this video?
2 minutes.
Okay.
So hopefully this is the start of something more that's going to be recurring, a convening of all our stakeholders, be those city, counties, or CBOs, all of our partners collectively. How can we come together, align, have more open, honest discussion about how collectively we can better address homelessness?
This is the right step in the right direction. This is the first convening of its type since I've been here in Stockton. You're getting all of the right players at the table, people who can actually jointly and collectively solve this problem. If we put our heads together, if we can cooperate, we can do anything that we want to do.
I think it's really great for us to all come together and develop a joint plan in terms of the structure, right? I think we have great plans for how to address homelessness, but this is more based on what's the infrastructure that's going to make that plan a reality.
My hope and vision for today's leadership forum is that the county and the local cities and the COC can really be united and build a effective system and moving forward together and reduce homelessness.
Hi, I'm County Supervisor Tom Patty here in San Joaquin County. We are super excited to be partnering with United Way and all of our stakeholders that are here today. This is a culmination of efforts over the last couple of years to change and make a paradigm shift to address the crisis, the humanitarian crisis we have here in San Joaquin County. We've got some great minds, great ideas. This workshop that we're doing is really exciting, and we're going to walk out of here a stronger, more united county with actionable items moving forward. It's going to be transformational. This San Joaquin County and every city in the county will be an example of what California and the rest of the country could do to address the true crisis of homelessness.
I'd like to say I'd like to say good morning to all of you Board of Supervisors, and I want to specifically thank again Supervisor Patty and Canepa for being present at the leadership, again, the healthcare leadership, homelessness leadership forum that happened again back in August. I think that was an amazing starting point, a tipping point in a lot of ways for what we're about to offer up currently right now. I wanted just to sort of walk you through again the process without boring you to tears on this, but the process, because I think it was critical and intricate in terms of what the findings included. And I think a qualifying statement too is that to understand that right now this, again, information is really based on a group of 44 individuals who are key stakeholders in our community who have worked very closely in the field of homelessness and housing. And so what you are seeing today is really a compilation of ideas and opinions and thoughts about how to progress. Discovery interviews were also done where common themes like consistency, relevance, the need to change was profoundly clear to all of us. So with that, I want to share with you again the process, and then I'll go into the details of what was actually recommended through a voting process that happened on that particular day. This presentation also has been vetted after that event by the Continuum of Care, the Strategic Planning Committee of the COC, the members that were originally participants in this to see if they had any ideas or recommendations for change based on this final report that went forward to, again, Mr. Diederich at Healthcare Services. But again, central to the event itself was really what was the key questions that we needed to ask to really identify the route and the direction that we needed to go in terms of improving the efficiency of leadership in support of the homeless population. We came up with a series of 5 very specific questions that was, again, discussed at length during, again, the forum. Number 1, support structures. What support structures should be established to enhance collaboration between the county and between the city and the continuum of care? That was number 1. Second question we asked of the group, how can we best support the positions like the program administrator for homeless services and other supporting roles? Essentially, what sort of team needs to be constructed, again, that would best help support the county in delivering on a reduction in homelessness. The third was systems. How can existing systems that support homelessness like HMIS, the continuum of care, coordinated entry, response teams or others be improved through centralization of services within the county? How might we strengthen, redesign, and make, again, systems much more relevant and reroute these systems so they're much more effective? Fourth was synergy. Which is just a fancy word, is how do we communicate, how do we connect, how do we create a better alliance between each other on a week-to-week, a day-to-day, a month-to-month basis so that we can really, I think, ensure accountability and stronger productivity of the programs that we have. Fifth is sustainability. How can we ensure mutual accountability towards our objectives? So making certain that we don't have this appearance of self-promotion, shifting responsibility. How can we ensure, again, that trust, respect, and communication remain at the forefront of how we work collectively? And that was a theme that came up consistently through the discovery interviews: respect, trust, and communication. So I wanted to share with you what the report actually is not. This is not intended to be a compilation of, nor an analysis of homelessness, nor is a strategic plan, because we know a strategic plan already exists. Every city has approved a strategic plan. The COC put together a beautiful document that was very, very comprehensive and complete. So this report here is really a compilation of ideas from the key stakeholders that are working in the fields to strengthen the support systems that exist within San Joaquin County. I've already mentioned this briefly, but one of the central themes that emerged and was a key attribute was to streamline efforts and resources to create a more efficient, so that's the word, efficient and cohesive approach to homelessness services. That is going to be required. We identified through these 44 stakeholders that we need to cultivate trust and be much more effective and unified in our actions in addressing homelessness as a region. We have to be partners, we have to be conveners, we have to stay connected in a much tighter frame than we have in the past. And I wanted to provide you now with a series of recommendations based on the themes that actually emerged from our discovery interviews, the themes that emerged directly from the leadership forum centered around building stronger leadership, number 1. We must also create better systems of support and strengthen those leadership structures. Synergy goes back to communication, that we really want to make sure that we have strong, again, tactics around collaboration among leaders between the city and the county, fostering coordination, not competition. Information is key. We must really look at enhanced efficiency of how we actually let the public and the community know what's happening within our shelters, within our nonprofits, what's happening with the city and the county. And then funding, we really need to take a closer look at evaluating funding solution to strengthen the homelessness initiatives that we are part of. And lastly, law and policy. This was a key area. We must address legal and policy frameworks to promote transparency, accountability, and secure funding for services. So based on those specific themes that surfaced, the The recommendations that came down under the area of leadership were the following. And I know all of you, I'm not sure if you've read the full detailed report. You're not going to be tested on it, I can assure you, but this is a summation, the Cliff Notes version of that 20-page report. Number one, under systems, under leadership, actually, we found that we need to create an Office of Housing and Homelessness Services within San Joaquin County under the guidance of healthcare services. That was a consistent theme that rang through both the discovery interviews and within the leadership forum. Second, the new program manager of homelessness initiatives, recruited again by the county, should be the deputy director overseeing this new office, who will be supported by a county general fund contribution and have additional support staff allocated. And what we recognize from prior years, that you can't have one specific leader running, again, this I think they referred to it as the homeless czar. It really needs a team-based approach and a centralized system of support. And the third area, trust, again, respect themes surfaced multiple times in terms of how top management, the continuum of care has got to support agencies, partners, and the city. There is a strong recommendation that the COC host, again, an offsite with members to strengthen trust communication and avoidance of any kind of silo-based decisions, which was, again, a topic that surfaced repeatedly through our interviews. In terms of systems of support, the main framework was that the homeless project manager needs to, again, be assured of additional staff to effect change properly, including looking at data analyst position, grant management support, funding specialists. There also needs to be a very strong publicly shared organizational chart, because what we learned from, again, our stakeholders, the community doesn't have a concept of really sort of what does the organizational structure that supports homelessness look like between the cities and the county. The third area was systems of support that would help tremendously is creating, again, a standing committee of the Board of Supervisors and city representatives, many of which are in this room here today, staffed by this new Office of Homelessness to provide ongoing leadership, recommendations, and policy direction from the municipal partners to the continuum of care. And then the fourth area, and this would be part of sort of the long-term strategy, but we need a much more robust coordinated entry system to really manage to accountability, ensuring that when a plan is in place, that it's actionable and measurable. In terms of synergy, and this is the area that was, I think, very loud and clear. Most everyone voted on the importance of this. We have to bolster our, again, synergy, our connections between all stakeholders, and enhance effective collaboration. The COC should return to in-person meetings, ideally on a quarterly basis. They've been, I think, Zoom for 2 years. And then we also need to follow them with forum-type events to maintain momentum and interest, and getting the public engaged as well. We need to have clear expectations between the cities and the counties. Right now, the cities are doing some tremendous work around homelessness, and interfacing closely with the county and working together on a week-to-week, day-to-day, month-to-month basis is going to be key. And then lastly, clear roles and responsibilities really must be, again, delineated for all our public partners and cities, aligned as a partner to act independently. The term alliance model was created, or a committee that would, I don't even say committee, but an alliance or a consortium of leaders from the city and the county reporting up and being supported by the Board of Supervisors, similar to what they have in Stanislaus County, was highly recommended as a model. In terms of information, and this is an area, again, that continued to be a consistent theme, there is a lot of good work historically that is being done in reducing homelessness and providing the type of wraparound services that, again, those living in homeless situations require. But there's not a unified approach nor a comprehensive platform right now to really identify what's actually happening. It's not shared with the community. We don't have a centralized sort of database for informed decision-making. A lot of discussion came about featuring HMIS access was challenging. a veteran screening option. So there's a lot of very strong and significant ideas about making sure that data was available again to the public and to, again, Board of Supervisors, so we can continue to move the needle on reducing homelessness. Communication has to be a priority. There's very limited information that's going out currently right now. No coordinated media efforts, shared calendars with the agencies, et cetera. And then reporting. I met with most of you, and all of you had indicated that standardized reporting to find out what's happening within the field is going to be really critical. And then last but not least, really exploring looking at a communication strategy from the Board of Supervisors with the city, so that we can make certain that information is being shared appropriately. From the funding side, and this is more of a long-term portion of this, these findings, but that general funds support services for agencies supporting people experiencing homelessness. So looking at the general fund pot, reevaluate funding and redirect funding from what is working to what has not been working to what is actually working, and then examine ways to reduce or eliminate funding competition and develop a fair resource allocation and equitable distribution of funding as well. So funding that probably needs to be looked at in the context of the COC and other entities that are managing, again, homelessness. And last but not least was around law and policy. This was an area of tremendous concern by, again, the 44 individuals out there. Law enforcement was very engaged, again, in that meeting on that day. But enforcing laws and holding people accountable, again, to a policy that dictates support to the homelessness individuals in our community. There was discussion about a parcel tax to provide a dedicated local revenue stream that would sustain long-term the need for our nonprofits and other entities that were engaged in homelessness reduction. And then looking to San Joaquin County to support capital and operating needs of housing and homelessness providers. And last but not least, countywide sales tax to increase funding for homelessness work. All of this in this area will take some very strategic thinking and planning moving forward. But overall, those were the direct recommendations from those that are most closest to this work, through the discovery interviews, through the leadership forum, voting process, and just as a convener, this was a fascinating process where in some ways there were really no surprises. So I'm excited to see that the next steps will be shared again by Mr. Diederich. We're very excited about the opportunity and the discussion moving forward. Can I have that?
So as mentioned, the Homeless Leadership Forum identified key strategies to enhance the efficiency of homelessness services in San Joaquin County, including numerous actionable recommendations under 6 themes. It seeks to have the county assume a much larger role in addressing homelessness, not only as a convener, but in directly leading collective efforts with our cities, the continuum of care, various community partners, as we seek to better coordinate efforts to address the homelessness crisis, and more specifically, unsheltered homelessness. Therefore, it is recommended that the board accept the Homeless Leadership Report, increasing efficiencies in leadership addressing homelessness in San Joaquin County, as prepared by the United Way of San Joaquin County and Healthcare Services Agency. The Healthcare Service Agency sought to use Homeless Leadership Forum as an opportunity for the county to demonstrate leadership on this critical issue. The agency established a whole person care Medicaid 1115 waiver pilot in 2017, which focused on providing Medi-Cal funded services to individuals who are homeless or at risk of homelessness upon leaving a locked placement, jail or inpatient hospital stay, or had a mental health and or substance use disorder. On January 1st of 2022, many whole person care services were transitioned by the California Department of Healthcare Services under the CalAIM initiative, and our whole person care program transitioned into directly providing in-field services and has a total of 21 full-time allocated positions, but has never been able to achieve full staffing levels and currently has 8 vacant positions. The primary reason for these continued vacancies is relatively low pay for the classifications being utilized, a challenging work environment that is commonly outdoors, and directly working with sometimes difficult clientele. On December 21st, 2022, Neighborhood Preservation Division's budget was transferred from the Community Development Department to the Healthcare Services Agency. And this action also included the transfer of the Program Administrator of Homelessness Initiatives from the County Administrator's budget. This consolidation of resources was intended to allow closer integration of various programs and staffing to provide enhanced collaboration with other healthcare services agency responsibilities, such as behavioral health, public health, veteran services, whole person care. And the consolidation was consistent with the vision and goals of the San Joaquin Community Response to Homelessness and the 2022 San Joaquin County Strategic Plan, which were adopted by this board. Beyond managing the county's state and federal housing and homelessness entitlement funds, Neighborhood Preservation is contracted by the Continuum of Care under a collaborative applicant agreement to act as their fiscal agent and manage the COC's grant funds as well. The COC under this agreement provides the funding for the Program Administrator Homelessness Initiatives, even though this position resides within the county. And this is similar to many other grant-funded positions within the county, and where the services to be performed have restrictions based upon the source of the funds. Since the transition of Neighborhood Preservation and Healthcare Services Agency, staffing has increased from 7 to 10 FTEs in order to appropriately manage the substantially increased state and federal grants for both the county and the COC. All these positions are funded via the compliant use of the administrative allowances of the grants being managed. Currently, only 5 of the 10 allocated positions within neighborhood preservation are permanently filled. And over the past 3 months, we've lost a significant amount of experienced staff. And this was a primary reason why I needed to appoint an interim program administrator of homelessness initiatives to stabilize the division, especially given all the county and COC grant work that is occurring, as well as the upcoming point in time count. Like the whole person care budget, neighborhood preservation receives no ongoing general fund support. Both programs were relocated to lease space in Lathrop in August of 2022. Therefore, if I can have the PowerPoint back on, please. Therefore, to increase operational efficiencies and integrate these two operating units, it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors authorize the reorganization of Healthcare Services Agency to form a Housing and Homelessness Services Division, as recommended by the Homeless Leadership Forum, to coordinate the current division of divisions of neighborhood preservation and whole person care. Due to this categorical grant funding streams within neighborhood preservation and how whole person care uses CalAIM source revenue to provide enhanced care management, community supports, housing navigation, as well as path-cited capacity building grant funding for jail inreach and behavioral health integration, as well as fund balance and other sources. We are seeking to create a new general fund budget unit and an allocation to oversee the collective activities of whole person care and neighborhood preservation, and therefore it is recommended that the board authorize the auditor controller to establish a new general fund budget unit to be managed by the Housing and Homelessness Services Division. And to not have neighborhood preservation's net operating revenues swept to the general fund at fiscal year end closeout, and to appropriately maintain a fund balance within neighborhood preservation, it is recommended that the board authorize the creation of a new special revenue fund for neighborhood preservation for state and federal projects and programs. To help transition the role of Program Administrator Homelessness Initiatives and better staff the proposed Housing and Homelessness Services Division, including creating a more functional role within the county's COC structure, additional staffing is required. Therefore, it is recommended that the board adopt the attached resolution to allocate one management analyst 3 position to neighborhood preservation's budget as of December 18th and associated appropriations and revenue adjustments. Like the program administrator position, this new management analyst would be funded by an expanded baseline of housing and urban development COC program competition funds that require a 25% local match, which is currently being provided by the Community Corrections Partnership. This is also an effort to draw the COC closer in alignment with the county, and my desire is to work with the COC on a revision to their bylaws and our collaborative applicant agreement, where I would propose that the program administrator begin to function more like a day-to-day CEO for the COC and not as their secretary, and this new management analyst offloads some of the administrative duties of the program administrator such that they can provide more direct coordination of our collective efforts to address homelessness. Additionally, I will be working with Human Resources as part of the fiscal 2024-25 budget process or in advance of as needed in the review of potential allocation of additional positions which may be necessary to best support the expanded roles and responsibilities of this new division of Housing and Homelessness Services, specifically related to the recommendations 8 and 9 below and based upon the directions provided by this board. On April 23rd, 2019, as a part of the county's larger strategy to address homelessness services in the unincorporated areas of the county, and with the acknowledgement that the existence of homeless encampments on county land and right-of-way may pose significant threats to health, safety, and welfare of the unsheltered residents and the surrounding communities, this board adopted the San Joaquin County Encampment Management and Resolution Policy. The policy sets forth please have the PowerPoint on if I can. The policy sets forth the guiding principles for the encampment response team and provides the ERT with options to respond to homelessness encampments. Pursuant to the policy, the ERT includes employees from county public health, behavioral health, human services, sheriff's office, community development, environmental health, and public works, and the appropriate fire district. On June 8th of 2021, this board modified the encampment management and resolution policy, including the ERT process, to be used efficiently and effectively by other jurisdictions on their own property and right-of-way with a county agreement. Accordingly, cities may seek to utilize the encampment policy process, including the ERT, through a memorandum of agreement with the county. To my knowledge, this has never yet been exercised. On September 26, 2023, this board authorized Healthcare Services to accept encampment resolution funding round 2, funds in the amount of $11.1 million to partner with St. Mary's Dining Room and Stand, and potentially others to perform outreach, provide service coordination, case management, housing readiness, housing navigation, and housing stabilization supports within Caltrans District 10's highest priority encampment, which is underneath Highway 4 and I-5, in the Graben-Mormon Slough encampment. The project proposal is expected to move individuals out of the interchange complex into emergency shelter beds and eventually place them into permanent supportive housing, as well as create sustainable pathways from encampments to shelters and permanent supportive housing. The targeted activities for this encampment resolution funding program are generally within the city of Stockton, and Healthcare Services intends to use this grant and related activities as a proof of concept whereby the county, including the ERT and other elements of healthcare services, along with shelter providers, community-based organizations, and city partners, and work in collaboration in moving unsheltered homeless into the expanded number of shelter beds being brought online within the county. The county desires to perform this important work with others and not for others. The ERT has been used sparingly over the past 2 years and experienced some atrophy. But it is the existing county policy and legal framework, and the limitation it has experienced is limited department staffing and lack of appropriate funding. Healthcare Services is therefore recommending that the board direct the encampment response management resolution policy and encampment response team to be the universal process and framework utilized by the county in partnership with cities in addressing encampments and unsheltered homelessness, and be supported by an annual general fund allocation for the costs specifically incurred by county departments providing staffing to the ERT. Therefore, to substantially increase the use of the ERT in addressing unsheltered homelessness, it is recommended that the board approve the transfer of $180,000 from the contingency provisions budget to the Housing and Homelessness Services budget to support increased activity and recurring use of the ERT. The ERT may eventually be mobilized several times per month, and to be successful, we need more carrots than sticks in our approach. And the above represents an estimated 6 months of use, and a recurring funding commitment would be needed annually. As there may be various synergies, reductions of duplication of services.
Hey,
And
Mr. Diedrich,
yes.
real quick, how much longer do you got here? Are you reading just
3 minutes.
All right, because you kind of look like you're kind of losing people.
I'm sorry.
Well, go ahead. I just wanted to see what I'm looking at our agenda here. I just want to make sure.
I will wrap up in 3 minutes or less, sir.
All right.
So there might be some potential synergies with SJ Health and other alignments with Healthcare Services for provision of medical, mental health, substance use, and case management, CalAIM-funded services, and to better support the new division of Homeless and Housing Services and provide a directability recommending to the Board of Supervisors a standing committee on homelessness and to support any required consulting, grant writing, and public communications and stakeholder convening. It's recommended that the board approve the transfer of $75,000 from the contingency budget to support the housing for additional activities around convening, grant writing, public communications. And nearly universal recommendation from the Homeless Leadership Forum was to create a standing committee of the Board of Supervisors and city representatives staffed by this new division. Therefore, we're recommending that the board implement a standing homelessness committee in partnership with our cities. And I believe this is perhaps the most important recommendation being proposed today. And lastly, under the Homeless Leadership Forum discussion system of support, there was multiple recommendations to bring the homelessness management information system under the county control, including the desire to establish a unified and comprehensive platform with crucial data to inform decision-making, featuring HMIS view access, a veteran screening option, and real-time updates on standard and recuperative bed availability, all aimed at optimizing shelter placement and service provisions. Members of the Board Ad Hoc Committee also began discussing the potential to expand access to HMIS and associated shelter bed data to increase utilization of the newly created shelter beds and that are coming online within the county. Therefore, it's recommended that the board authorize neighborhood preservation as a collaborative applicant to the COC to assume the additional role of HMIS lead agency if the COC requests such. If neighborhood preservation does eventually assume this role, we will need to come back to the board to allocate at minimum 3 additional positions to support the HMIS program. This concludes our presentation on our 9 initial recommendations to the board. I want to thank the board for this opportunity, as well as Kristen Burtwhistle for ongoing partnership and support. And we're prepared to address any direct questions from the board may have regarding the report and the recommendations made today and receive needed direction. Thank you.
All right, thank you both for that very thorough report. Appreciate it. I know there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of information in there, so thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you for your extensive work here, and Kristen and the 2 supervisors who participated in this in establishing. It is really important we get together and figure out what works, what doesn't work, et cetera. I've got a few comments, and then I'll wait to hear from those that have actually been involved in the day-to-day preparation of this. One comment I heard was, we need more carrots than sticks. I don't think I could disagree more strongly. We've been sparing the rod here for way too long. Even Governor Newsom, in his presentation yesterday on the 3rd level of grants, pumping more money into the $16 billion industry of homelessness, suggests that the monies are going to be used to clean up the homeless camps and encampments. I would suggest we don't have a money problem, we have a policy problem. And one of them we addressed earlier was the cap on beds in mental health facilities, having the hands of our law enforcement tied, different policy issues that need to be changed. I absolutely agree that we should evaluate what works, what doesn't work, and put those monies to use. But I don't think it's a money problem. It's a policy problem and a directional problem, in my opinion. But thank you for all your work. We're heading in the right direction.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. And I'm going to just piggyback off what you were saying there. In the last 2 years, we spent, over $200 million, I believe it was, $200 million at the county, of course, with state and federal funds flying through. And I agree with Supervisor Ding is how much more money is this going to take? I mean, over $200 million in just this county alone. And then you're looking at some of the proposals here, and you're talking about increasing taxes, parcel tax, sales tax, and if $200 million, or what you just mentioned, $16 billion hasn't solved it, you think just throwing money at the problem is going to really make more of a difference? And, how do you explain to, and this is another one too, and I'll leave it at that. This is just a comment. I don't expect your reaction to it, but you have families struggling to buy groceries, and now we're going to throw additional taxes on them. I mean, I just have an issue with that. So I'll leave it at that for right now. That's just wanted to reiterate or piggyback off what Supervisor Ding was mentioned before. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'm rather certain this discussion item is going to go more than 10 minutes per person. So I'd ask for a little levity if it's informative. This is a really target-rich environment, a lot of moving parts, a lot of concerned citizens, a lot of interested parties, a lot of action need to be taken. It's a very, very difficult and challenging environment that has not self-corrected. First, I have to recognize Ms. Kristen Birtwistle for the effort you've taken several years back, I think 4 or 5 years now, knowing that we needed something more to be done. You created a winter shelter plan, program. You brought stakeholders, people, volunteers, interested parties, and everybody from the DA's office, and absolutely Tori Verber engaged and compassionately and steadfastly walked and talked and was highly engaged in the winter shelter, which spawned more action. Now, we dial back a little bit before that. We at the city and the county, the city of Stockton and the county, did a joint meeting in this chamber about homelessness. And when we had our then homeless person, Adam Cheshire, come in and do a presentation, and John Mendelson was there. What struck me the most, as I sat over there, pretty much where county council was sitting, what struck me the most was, what's the ask? And nobody had a single thing to say. Nobody had a single ask. And again, that spawns action that you had took. I've been exceptionally frustrated, and you have been on the receiving end of me on a phone with my Italian passionate, high blood pressure, just exasperating. It's like, what are we doing, and what we're not doing, and what we need to do more of, and what's not working, et cetera. On the same token, Director Dietrich, I appreciate your steadfast engagement. Here's my problem, because we're going to get to the challenge here. I really feel as though, Director Dietrich, you're overwhelmed. You got a lot on your plate. I mean, we've got a CAO's office that has 2 deputy CAOs because of so many things going on in his office, and I don't believe you've got the staff to address and handle. You're looking at health care services. You've got hospitals. You've got health clinics now. You've got, health plan of this, and the things that you've got going on through your office and on your plate at any given time is exasperating, to say the least. And it's exhausting for you, I'm certain. And I believe that therein lies our big key issue here. I'm uncomfortable with creating what we're going to create working under you, neighborhood preservation. I honestly don't know. I've never heard, other than in this chamber, I don't know neighborhood preservation. I've never met a person from neighborhood preservation. Don't know anything about neighborhood preservation and the gamut of what they do, which I'm sure has relevance and importance in some capacity. No clue about them in any way, shape, or form. So if we're looking to create a housing and homeless division, part of neighborhood preservation, it seems to me that neighborhood preservation needs to be shored up. It seems to me that neighborhood preservation has an important and integral role with continuum of care, because continuum of care and neighborhood preservation paid for part of that salary for the position that was held by Adam Cheshire. And I don't think that he was well positioned. There wasn't a staff. There wasn't a board. He never came forward with, I need to do more. We can. He worked within the parameters of what he had, and it is what it is. No right or wrong, and who could have done something different or better. But I believe we're tracking in the right direction, that we need to create and incorporate more. The first thing we need to create is the structure of enforcement, because we have none of it. We really, truly, essentially have none of it. And I would ask, I'm going to float out this right now. Through behavioral health, I guess, we've got 18. I know Mr. Dennis Buettner, who I know back since high school, okay? I know he's steadfast, and everybody's like, we need more Dennis Buettners. How many people, through his levels of engagement, has he helped get off the streets, into the shelters, or reconnected with their families? And I preface that question with an Officer Mike Kelly in Manteca. When they introduced Officer Mike Kelly as a resource officer, over between 300 and 400 people have come off the streets reconnected with families. And that's about 100 people a year is his average, I believe. So what's our number and what's our count? Doing things as we have, what's been the net result? Is there any metric of accomplishment?
That I think is a function of what comes out of the HMIS system. I believe Dennis Buettner's in the room here. My goal is, as stated, we're currently in the theme today. I want to address the unsheltered homelessness. I think we're on the cusp of doing that. It's going to take more than law enforcement. I don't want San Joaquin County to become Boise 2.0 and us having a court injunction, everything comes to a screeching halt. But I think we are on the cusp of doing things with the encampment response team, partnerships with our cities and our CBOs to specifically address the unsheltered homelessness, and the $11.1 million from the state. That's going to be my proof of concept. I definitely want to focus on the unsheltered homelessness.
Understood.
Real quick, Supervisor Patty,
Yes,
again, if I can interject, you're talking about case law, the Ninth Circuit Court case. Shouldn't that be be run by our council? What policy would put us outside of that versus somebody in public health?
That's why I'm asking that we use the year 2 process and that framework, because that has been vetted.
Okay, I'm sorry, Patty. Your comment there just kind of worried me, because if you're making decisions when you have no legal expertise, in which we have a bunch of attorneys in this county who makes that decision. So if you're making that decision based on your opinion of it without going to legal counsel, and that's going to have repercussions through entire organizations, I have a huge issue with that. With that being said, sorry, Supervisor Patty, go ahead.
Well, no, that's actually a perfect segue, because I know in one of the proposals there's talk about taking $180,000 away from encampment enforcement, which through the chair, I'd like to ask our county council. At some point in one of our prior meetings, we were empowering the sheriff's office to be the encampment enforcement team. But it's my understanding that they're still waiting for a full authorization or letter coming from county council's office. Do we have any update on what the status is of that?
I'm unaware of that. I'll have to follow up on that when I get back after this meeting. And
Okay.
You and I can speak offline and get the details, and I'll follow up on that.
Sure, understood. And I believe we've got somebody, perhaps Captain Hardy, you're engaged with the homelessness. If I can ask through the chair to have Captain Hardy come down and share with us, because I really believe as we walk forward, baby steps going forward. And before you answer, and I'll throw it to you in a moment here, but I also want to recognize and appreciate the effort coming from District 2, Supervisor Canepa and his staff, Ms. Calder, the absolute engagement and the steadfast action that being taken along with myself and Mike Anderson, which I couldn't get things done without him. But we're engaged on this issue, and we're looking for the solutions, looking for pathways, looking for the communication. We did a great Teams call the other day where we were able to communicate some of the gaps that you're finding that you need that would be helpful. So as it relates to encampments response teams, the sheriff's office, and I believe at your behest and with your expertise, you guys have engaged in enforcement throughout the county. You've gained ground. You've helped get people into and change the environment that they're in, perhaps also reconnecting with families and such. What's the status of your ongoing operation? Again, I see $180,000 being taken away. Is that being removed from the sheriff's office and repurposed somewhere else? Can you give me an update here of what the status of where you guys are?
Yes, sir, through the chair. The encampment response team is currently, as my understanding, is still being managed through environmental health. We were looking to have the management switch over to the sheriff's office. That is yet to be done. I understand it's still on the table and in the works. We would like to continue with that. With that being said, any monies dedicated to the encampment response team, maybe CAO can help me out on this, is probably still with environmental health, since they are the management source of that.
That would be a guess, but I do believe that's the case because there are also other entities that are involved in the ERT. There's probably about a half dozen of them. Zoe Merrill of the County Council's office, who's the core person who pulled all that together, would probably be best able to answer that.
Okay.
And there are no direct fundings for the ERT.
So, and thank you for sharing that, Captain. So, County Council, I think you have a little update then on what might need to happen if they're waiting for it to transfer back over to the Sheriff's Office from Environmental Health.
Yes, I will follow up on that, and I'll get the details.
Excellent. Thank you. So, Director Dietrich and standby, Captain, please. Director Dietrich, it's approved the transfer of $180,000 from the contingency provision budget to the Housing and Homeless Services budget to support the increased activity recurring at the use of the county's encampment response team. Now, are you taking money from the response team, or are you putting money to the response team?
To the response team, because currently a limitation is none of the responding departments. All that staff is in kind. There's no direct funding, and that's a limitation to the use and the level of use. It is providing some initial funding to that response team.
Okay, so then that would directly help the sheriff's office.
That would cover some of the costs of the cleanups and the enforcement that we're out there doing.
Okay, so where I'm going to ultimately want to go on this is I believe we need to partner and enhance the sheriff's office and working directly with Captain Hardy and our undersheriff Lentz and the entire team to structure what our enforcement is in conjunction with the increased availability of shelter beds, collaborating with the HMIS system so that we have communication at the shelters where the available beds are, and we are engaging with those struggling, unsheltered, and living on our public lands and public and private lands, damages, theft, hardship, the humanitarian crisis that it is. But while this is loaded with a lot of things today, I feel as though we need to dial back. We need to talk about what our next steps are going forward. Enforcement, engaging with the sheriff's office, engaging and have them build out a structure of what we need to put in place. Now, I firmly believe neighborhood preservation has an important role with continuum of care. There's the need, I believe, as I saw a continuum of care in Stanislaus, you had people from behavioral health embedded, you had people from probation office embedded, you had people in the cities and the counties embedded in the continuum of care. So it wasn't entirely a volunteer group, as well-meaning as it may be, and highly engaged and dedicating their time and their resources. So I appreciate the vision of restructuring this. My problem I have with, again, digressing, I believe you're overwhelmed. I'm uncertain that with the myriad of things going on, what you're sacrificing to multitask and do this as you are. Lastly, I'll finish with, and Chairman, thank you for any time if I've gone over 10 minutes. Where I'd finish with this is where we're going is we need the board to be directly, if it's a new department and you want funding, we're going to create a new department, that any hiring is going to be done by the board. Any oversight is going to be done by the board, because what I'm seeing is things that are happening outside of the board. This entire presentation today is done without myself or Supervisor Canepa participating. You didn't have any input from us at all. We're at the sessions, we've talked, we engaged, we problem solved, we brought forth and collaborated with a lot of people. I would have enjoyed sitting down with myself and Supervisor Canepa, go through, maybe narrow down. You've got 9 asks here for actions that we should be taking. I believe we should dial down. I think we should be partnering with the sheriff's office, who is one of the highest levels of engagement in the county, the greatest recognition of needs. And as we bridge forward with shelter first, I want to emphasize the shelter first approach. This board has funded every city with the capacity to expand sheltering. As those beds come online, we want our sheriff's office to have their crisis response team working in collaboration with Dennis Buettner, who's out every single day. I recognize and appreciate you. Thanks. Didn't know you were here until they said you were. I appreciate that, but working and collaborating. But the sheriff's office has the authority that's properly coordinated with the cities, and we have joint powers of agreement, MOUs, whatever you want to be. But that's where I believe we need to be, and that's where I'd like to talk with the sheriff's office, work offline, bring back to the board maybe next steps that you guys recognize that we could do to truly address and I think engage with the homelessness crisis that we have here in the county. That's where I'm at. I'd love to hear back for any thoughts on this and what I'm talking about. And thank you, Chairman.
So again, I want to partner with the cities. I don't know the legal jurisdiction of the sheriff coming into the city and doing it for them rather than with them, but I want to build partnerships. You participated, both you and Supervisor Canepa, on the forum, on the draft reports. I shared my draft board letter with your offices. I apologize if I didn't do more direct engagement. Hopefully that's coming today. And yeah.
All right, thank you.
Can I just add to that, too? I think one of the interesting point is that we did engage, again, the majority of the Board of Supervisors here with information prior to seeking vetting and understanding of process. And this process is really what we are proposing right now, a division of homelessness that would actually, again, I think, connect with the cities and the counties. We have several members of the cities that were part of this process. We have Dennis Butin here. I would love to hear their perspective. And again, I can only share with you what I heard in the leadership forum session and what was shared within in terms of discovery interviews. But at no point in time did anyone suggest that the healthcare services was not an amenable department because of being overworked, overtaxed. But I think if you set up a process based on what I heard our constituents say during that day, the process will get you to that end goal much quicker. On so many levels. So I think if we get the opportunity right now to hear from our cities, and again from Dennis Butner, we have behavioral health in the House, and Krista Pfizer also here from the Continuum of Care. They were all present on that day and have been very engaged with all this work for the last few months.
All right, thank you. The way the process works is the Board of Supervisors, we speak, and then we'll do a public a comment side, and somebody wants to come up from the cities and speak, by all means. Okay.
Thank you.
With that being said, move on to Supervisor Canepa.
So this is kind of disappointing. I mean, we when I started and we started in this, we've been working for a very long time and seeing a lot of gaps. And Mr. Dietrich has done a great job of stepping up. I mean, differences aside, guys, he does a great job, and this is the farthest we've gotten. So, I mean, and this dollar amount that he's talking about transferring is chump change in the grand scheme of things. So why you wouldn't give this a chance is ludicrous. You've got all these people, we've got buy-in from the community, which has taken us this long to get here. And we have all these different things. I mean, it has been an absolute, and I'm going to say shit show since I've gotten here to pull all of this together. HMIS, okay, where is that? We went and finally, we saw that last week. John Mendelson, great thing. Central Valley Low Income Housing, okay, they do their work. We went over there and saw this data. Where has this data been? Continuum of Care, they're virtual. So I've heard people that don't want to be on the board because of some good old boy network. Well, that's not inclusion. So how do we change the image and get everything together? The tax thing, because ongoing expenses for these shelters is through the roof. And nobody is going to dedicate any money on an annual basis because it's political suicide. So that's where the tax thing came. So this is not all brand new stuff that we're just hearing today. So you know what I mean? And it's just, for me, it's very frustrating because Dietrich's put his head on the line and done all this work, and we have these positions and this money that's here. We have a $2.39 billion budget. $250,000 to at least get this ball rolling and try it is a simple ask. You know what I mean? So Kristen and the United Way has done a great job. The 211, the coordinated reentry, is a train wreck. I mean, every time we call places, it is nobody has any accountability. This is the start of accountability, folks. So if he's willing to put his head on the line and at least try this, you got till 6 months for next June is when, you know what I mean? It's not like this long-term thing. If it doesn't work, we unwind it or we start the new thing. I think we keep kicking the can down the road, can't hire employees. This person's not perfect. This person's not. Somewhere we have to try. A lot of times I don't talk in these conversations because I'm not the specialist. So, you know, continuum of care, which is virtual, I have to keep my mouth shut because I want to say so much, but I don't know if I'm going to offend anybody. And so now it's time to offend some people because we have to go forward, and whatever differences everyone's got with Dietrich right now needs to be put aside, and we need to do what's better for the community. And right now, this is what's better for the community. So I don't know where, I mean, hopefully the public gets up and speaks, you know what I mean, and says, hey, there's got to be somewhere where we at least try it. Roll the dice. And if it doesn't, hey, you know what, at least we tried and failed, but at least we tried. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Dean.
Thank you, Chair.
Now I understand, Supervisor Canepa, all the problems in communicating in my life I've ever had here. I am in full support of what's going on here. I think you guys have done a tremendous job. I think Greg has done a tremendous job. I had a phenomenal meeting with Kristen and on this process. But I do believe as a board, we're moving down this path. Now is the time we plant some fence posts and gates and just kind of let them know as the elected representatives, we're concerned about this. No, we're not going to make anybody else homeless by raising their taxes. That's what we were talking about. We're worried about, workloads and so forth. But I don't want you to get me wrong. I think that this is tremendous work, and we are moving forward, and I am in full support, and I want to thank you for all your efforts, and I want to thank Greg for all of his efforts and everybody else that was involved. So I'm with you. I'm just laying out as this process. I don't want everyone to think when we vote yes, we're like, hey, yeah, this is the goal, and we're going to move forward, and we're going to, put, taxes on lettuce and everything else now, and we're going to hand out carrots because we haven't fed them enough or what have you. But there's some things we're concerned about. But I applaud the process, and we've come a long way. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Dean. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. I got 100% faith in Greg, and I think he can handle this. And I agree with Supervisor Canepa. Let's get the ball rolling. We can always retract. Let's put the money forward. Like you said, it's not a lot of money. And we can give it, and I know Kristen will do a great job with this, so I'm in favor of this. I think we should get the ball rolling and let it go.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. And in concurrence with everybody here, we all want something going forward. It's not the money, it's not the issue, it's the structure. There's nothing we've done right in 7 years I've been here with the homelessness. We had a homeless alliance, did nothing. We have COC, I don't know what they've accomplished. We had a homeless czar who did nothing, who worked directly under the CAO, in the CAO's office and worked under your purview. I don't know one single thing that was changed. And I know HAP funding came through. I know that HUD got money. I know that there was things but nothing measurable. If you ask the general public, that's what I'm speaking of on behalf of people that I encounter, we have failed. Why? It's caught in a bureaucracy in the county. There was no accountability. When I asked Adam Cheshire, come up with something, come forward, somebody goes, I'm here to give reports, and that's all. Adam, you got to be in favor of something. And I turned to you, Director Dietrich, and I said, Adam's got to get in front of something. He's got to like something. He's got to stand for something. And you're like, yes, we expect more. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years later, zero more, other than talk about HAP funding and HUD and the status quo. So I have no problem improving going forward, but we're going to talk about and we're going to establish the structure going forward. And I believe firmly the board who addresses this issue in the public, there's not one single issue more important that we are talked about to people in our county, in this community, than homelessness. And there's virtually nothing we've been able to do because of the bureaucracy and the status quo. So as we talk about this, and thank you to Ms. Birtwistle and Director Dietrich and the multitude of things that Director Dietrich does. I'm by no means, shape, or form am I belittling or degrading your efforts thus far. I just want to structure this for success. And how do we do that? We bring it to the board. This board is the authority, not the CAO. He works below us. Every single department works below us. But oftentimes we're not hiring, we're not overseeing, and we're not pulling the direction of where it's going to go. And that's what's failed us in the past. So as we look at this, as we receive a report, as we get a majority of great ideas, What can we tweak structurally going forward? Yes, Director Dietrich.
Sir, I think I mentioned in my report, I think the most important recommendation today is approve the establishment of a standing committee of the Board of Supervisors and city representatives. I think that gets you what you want to get.
Agreed. Yeah, there's a lot of things here. You have 9 great suggestions. Some of them could be tweaked. Some of them need to be held off. But again, we need to work directly with our sheriff's office and the efforts that they have and the success they have, and at the most proficient manner possible, that they should be at the table talking with us about what we're doing, how we're structuring it, because I don't know of any better leaders and institution we have in this county than the sheriff's office that has a structure of and ranking of and a depth chart of people that continue to serve this community in a benevolent manner, to say the least, addressing some of our bigger challenges. And through the chair, Captain, if you have anything to add with the direction where we're going and how the sheriff's office could participate, helping us structure going forward.
Yeah, I think the sheriff's office would love the opportunity to give some input. A lot of times, law enforcement is cut out, and yet we're the boots on the ground. We're dealing with the homeless population on a daily basis. We're trying to find services for them. We're trying to enforce laws and regulations. And so to cut us out of the process, I think, is a kind of a disservice to the solution, maybe, right? And I understand the work that's being done, and we fully appreciate that. But at the same time, we are seeing things out there that maybe are not being seen in an academic or sterile environment, right? So you have academic philosophies, and those philosophies roll into the boardrooms, and those don't work in the real world. Okay, we're dealing with a homeless population out there. We talk about more carrots. I do understand the need for carrots, but at the same time, we're not factoring in free will. These people don't want these carrots. You can dangle all the carrots you want in front of them. They simply don't want them. We've tried to offer them time and time again, and they refuse to take them. At some point, we have to do something to protect the surrounding communities, whether it be the businesses or the residences, because they're being victimized, right? And so what it appears that's happening is we're creating a two-tier justice system from a law enforcement perspective, where homeless people are committing crimes, and yet they're not being held accountable for their crimes, but yet if you and I commit a crime, we're going to be held accountable. And just because they're homeless doesn't mean the crime did not happen. And so when we view things, obviously we're law enforcement, so we're going to view it through the lens of public safety and enforcement. So that being said, the guy with the hammer, everything looks like a nail. So I would like to be able to participate, or the sheriff's office to participate in helping develop some of these plans, because we think we have some valuable input on the socio-economic status that these people are in. There's been sociologists that have done studies on the homeless community. The homeless community, they like being homeless. You and I look at that and we're like, oh, they obviously don't want to be there. Let's give them some carrots. Well, when we talk to them, they have no problem with that whatsoever. They're, and we've told this story before, but when we've done a cleanup, we met a couple out there. Together they earn, I don't want to shoot too high, let's say $4,000 in aid and benefits. We asked them, why don't you get an apartment? Because we want to be out here. We get to use that money for what we want. We don't have a problem with it out here. That's the reality of the mindset that we're dealing with. Not everybody wants to adhere to the social contract of not being homeless or not committing crimes. And that's kind of where we step in, is our job is to enforce law violations and think about public safety. So to be able to have input into this, this process, I think has a great benefit, because you can view it through a lens of boots on the ground, people that actually deal with these people on a regular basis. We're trying to give them services, and maybe they are accepting services elsewhere. We don't have the benefit of seeing that, right? We get called out there when there's a disturbance, when there's a crime, when there's something going on out there. And so from our perspective, what we're dealing with is, a community that does not want these carrots. So I think there has to be a balance between the carrots and the stick. Not all carrots will work.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that perspective. That's all at this time, Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Dean.
It's real short. I just have 2 questions, since you brought up Boise decision. And we keep creating all these new beds. We were supposed to have how many beds, and how many do we have?
So Stockton Shelter for the Homeless and Navigation Center was supposed to come online 4 or 5 months ago.
Just total. How many beds do we have?
Off the top of my head,
I think we have close to 700.
and we're approximately doubling that, but they have not come online yet.
And we need how many?
More than that.
How many?
It depends on the point.
If you could, I'm sorry, if you could get me that number, I want to know at what point does the sheriff's department have the authority to say, we've met the parameter, now we're going to do what you hired us to do, and we're going to go out there and we've got the beds, because that's always been the excuse. It's like, well, we can't do anything about it because we don't have beds, but we keep spending money on beds. So I want to know how many we have and how many we're supposed to have. And then the second question that entered my mind is I got back on Turner, 99 again, that you guys had just cleared everything out and they're all back again. The constituents always ask, I see an encampment, who do I call and who's responsible? That calls sheriff's department, right?
So typically they call environmental health or some other county entity. However, under 99 and Woodbridge area, that falls under the CHP's jurisdiction. So
Okay. I'm going back to your average constituent doesn't know who environmental health, they don't know who anybody is. They're probably dialing 911 or they're calling. Who's in charge? I mean, at the end of the day, if I get a call and say, hey, Mary Jones and Jimmy Smith and Bobby Elbridge have all called me and said I guess that's the point, is at the end of the day, for Johnny Q constituent who wants to participate and be a good citizen, who do they call? There should be a one-point contact that says, we have a tent up here, they're selling drugs out of the damn thing, they're beating their children, and we want it off the side of the road. Who is that contact?
Currently, there's not one single entity. Of course, there's 211, but the intentionality behind this process is to shore up the coordinated entry system, which typically is the process used by cities and counties to direct people to beds. The point-in-time count is coming up, I believe, at the end of this month in January, and typically that count will give you the better understanding of bed capacity requirements based on what that count is. The last count was about 2 years ago. So by the end of this month, end of January, should be, again, a current status of the number of folks that are actually experiencing homelessness across the county.
But we could get a count on the number of beds and amount of hours, right? We know somebody's got a number of.
I can get you
we
that.
spent millions of dollars. I'm assuming we got to know how many beds we have.
I don't have that in front of me, but that definitely is information that's on hand.
And then to the sheriff's comment, I mean, at the end of the day, people aren't calling behavioral health and they're not calling, I always forget about 211. They're calling the sheriff's department or they're calling the police department. So they've got to be in the room, when it comes to how this is being addressed. Anyway, thank you, and I look forward to this process, guys.
We did get some current numbers. Currently, right now, the Tracy Shelter, there's a total of 48 beds currently and consistently full. 38 additional beds will be coming online within the next 30 days. And right now, the Lodi Shelter has a total of 89 beds. 45 and 50 are occupied every night with approximately about 40 beds available. And then right now with Stockton, there's going to be close to 800 beds, and we have Petra Linden here today from St. Mary's that will be coming on board through the Pathways program. So there are new beds coming online.
So that's 995
the Gospel
beds.
Center Rescue Mission has about 70 beds, about 100 bed for women and children, and those are low barrier.
So that's 1,165 beds. And how many do we have to have because of the Boise decision? And we have vacant beds. So, okay. That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Dean. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Just real brief through the chair. Supervisor Dean, answer a couple of questions real quick. They've studied and analyzed this and looked at it. And when you start enforcing 60% go into the programs, 40% leave town, they go back to where they're from or somewhere else, even down the street where they actually have a house to live, but they're deciding to no longer be a free spirit. So it's a 60-40 formula. If you have 1,000 homeless people, plan on 600 beds. And this is a formula that's well documented. I've seen it in print in multiple newspaper articles, 60-40. Secondly, thanks to Supervisor Canepa, his office, and the steadfast effort of Gina Calder, we are working with, and we did with Captain as well, a couple of constructive phone conversations and meeting with John Mendelson that we're looking at creating through the HMIS system or finding another app that's suitable that we can actually have real time. Somebody could be on, a crisis response team member, an officer, a fire department member can be on, open up an app and see, oh, there's 5 beds available, there's 25 beds available, there's 2 of you, we're on our way. So we started enforcing, but we need real-time information. These are some of the gaps that we're missing that Supervisor Canepa and I have really looked at, and Ms. Burt Whistle, Director Dietrich, everybody, we're recognizing these needs and we're bringing them together. So only because of the open forum, we could share with you what Supervisor Canepa and myself have been working on in conjunction with other partners and with good impact input from the Sheriff's Office. So answer a couple of your questions.
All right, thank
you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Petty. All right, at this time, I'm going to open up for public. Sheriff, thank you. Captain, thank you. We're going to open up for public comment. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? You can either fill out a public comment form in the back room, or if you do come up to the podium here, just state your name for the record. We'd appreciate it. And of course, it's a 3-minute limit.
I was going to say good morning to the board, but it's good afternoon to the board.
Good afternoon.
Since I've heard my name dropped so many times, I figured I better come up here and address the board. So a couple of things. While I appreciate the carrot and stick analogy and everything, neither side is wrong. That's the problem. We're arguing right and right. There has to be enforcement, but at the same time, I can tell you that in almost 22 years, in March it'll be 22 years, I've seen one person get sober while on the street. One person gets sober when on the street. But when you force people into treatment, it is not always the most successful thing. They have to want it. They have to want it. If they don't want it, it's not going to happen. Please understand that this plan here does a lot of things. For everybody saying that nothing has happened, this has happened, and this is huge. In 22 years, I have not seen this. I remember when my first year working, they were said, you got to come up with a 10-year plan to end homelessness. And we never, the county, the city, everybody met, and nothing ever came about it. This is the first time we've had something where we've really stressed like this. So it's really, really important. This gives us the opportunity to work together. It gives us the opportunity to address the problem. It gives us the opportunity to work with law enforcement. I have a regular ongoing relationship with City of Stockton, with the Lodi PD, with Manteca PD, with CHP and Caltrans and everybody. We have been collaborating. The ERT has been used minimally because there hasn't been a request. And yet I know there are people who are being moved along, and at my level, we're not being told there's somebody out there that's being moved along, because we need to know, because sometimes we don't even know where they're at because they're being chased around so much we can't find them. So please give this plan a chance. It won't hurt to try this. He said 6 months is going to start this thing, so we can at least try to make headway with this. It really does make a difference. I really appreciate that people think that, oh, this forcing people off the streets is going to make a difference. It's not going to make a difference because they don't want to be in those situations. The same reason that people don't want to be downtown when I was a kid, when they moved up north, is the same reason some of the homeless are staying away from certain areas. They don't want to be down there. They want to be someplace else. They want to have some independence. And by and large, I will tell you, 99% of them don't want to be homeless. They just have lost hope. And when you lose hope, stop trying. So please give this chance. Give us a chance. It's worth it.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in the audience wish to address the board? If you could just state your name for the record, please.
Krista Pfizer, good morning. Currently Vice Chair of COC and incoming Chair of COC. I just want to thank Kristen and Greg for all the work for doing this. I've been Vice Chair for 2 years, and what I will say is our county has an engagement problem. I'm also the CEO of Prevail, formerly Women's Center Youth and Family Services. And I appreciate this opportunity in front of us because it is a map to build alignment. And that's what we need. What I hear is there's an opportunity to build alignment with this alliance between the board, you guys, the county, and all of our cities. I have not seen that on the COC in the past 2 years. There's an opportunity for us to expand what was Adam's previous role to be more of someone with authority, but also have support in order to consistently go after additional funds and what that looks like. We've been able to do it a little bit, but not as much as we potentially could. I also think it's an opportunity for change. We need to stop doing what we've been doing because we've always been doing it. We need to get rid of this was created 13 years ago because it was really important 13 years ago. We know, Tom Petty, I think it was you who said, there's not been a lot that's changed, but the world has changed in 13 years, maybe not the work that we're doing. And so when we look at change and restructuring and bringing some of it to healthcare services, I think there's an opportunity to relook at our committees. We don't need the same committees that have been doing what they've been doing for the past 13 years. We need committees for ordinance. We need committees for policy to bring law enforcement together. And when we have the structure in place to bring everyone to the table where everyone feels valued and heard, then we're going to really start seeing change, and we're going to have the opportunity to see that change expedited. So thank you for all of your support. Thank you, Greg and Kristen. Have a great day.
Thank you. Anybody else from the audience wish to address the board? What about you, Zoe? I see you back there. I don't see you much often. You gotta give you a bad time. All right, seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion. I just have a quick question. So what are we approving? I mean, Mr. Diedrich, you said like number 8. Is that all we're doing today? Is approving the establishment of a standing committee of the Board of Supervisors and city representatives, provide leadership, recommendation, and policy direction of municipal partner to the COC as recommended by the leadership forum? Is that what you said? If there's one thing that comes today, this is it.
That I believe is the most important, but there are actually 9 recommendations as it contained here, and I think it sets the foundation for a lot more asks to come. I'd recommend and would ask for support for all 9 of them. If I could take a moment to correct the record, Captain Hardy and members of the Sheriff's Department were at the forum. They were engaged in the draft report, the final report, so we have included our law enforcement partners, including probation, in this process.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Chairman, I would make a motion to follow along those lines, and we approve number 8 and bring back to this board some of these 9. I don't agree with all 9 of them, probably the majority of them, but I do not agree with all 9 of them. So I think we need to refine what we're asking the board versus putting in 9 provisions, and we need to bring back to the board a different structure. The board needs to be directly involved with this and the hiring, the position and the actions, the focus, the intent and purpose of what the housing and homeless new department would be. So my suggestion is along your lines, Chairman, is to go forward with number 9, re-engage with, number 8, re-engage with Director Dietrich and Ms. Birtwistle, refine this, bring aboard the Sheriff's Office. Let's talk about enforcement. We've got Director Buettner, Mr. Buettner, that's been out. He has his ideas and thoughts. We need to integrate this to what I believe is actionable in the near future.
A motion, do we have a second? Do we have a second? All right, any further discussion? I haven't spoken too much. I'm just going to say a few things. And there's a ton of information here, and a lot of information, and a lot of potential dollars. And I think there is need for further discussion to clarify a lot of these points, not to rush into something, and which will, I mean, you mentioned it, some folks mentioned it earlier, you know, the status quo isn't working. It's that simple. I mean, the homeless situation hasn't lessened. It has gotten worse over the years. I remember when I was the mayor at one time, and I remember them bringing the strategic plan. This is strategic plan. This is the answer to everything. This is going to solve, and this is going to reduce the population, and it's going to do all these great things. And this wasn't 13 years ago. This was a few years ago. Where are we at today? Where's some of the benefits that did it reduce the homeless population? It didn't. In the last 2 years on this board, 2.5, 3 years, and you saw a movement or a change of position, a policy, you could say, is moving away from strictly the housing first model. And I think most of us agree up here, I guess, that the housing first model doesn't work. I mean, it's a portion of it. It's one of the hubs, but looking at substance abuse and mental health, I think that's something this board has brought forward to this county, is a more emphasis on mental health and substance abuse treatment. And Mr. Diedrich, and I know we've been hitting you a lot on that, and we just, or Supervisor Ding, we were just talking about in congressional getting more beds for mental health treatment. So this board has done a lot when it comes to mental health and substance abuse treatment. There's more that we can do and more funding. So we're going to approve funding. I mean, I would like to see more funding pushed into those two areas. Of course, housing is also an element of that. Don't get me wrong. But, there's also, you talk about accountability. I mean, come on. I mean, $200 million in 2 years. And of course, this is from money passing through the county from the feds and the state. How much more? Another $200 million? What about the state? Supervisor Ding, $16 billion. How much more? I mean, there has to be a point. You just can't keep throwing money at a problem. If something's not working, it's change of direction. And that brings up to I have a little cold, so there's a way I sound like this, is one thing I've been asking for since I've been on this board is audits. If we're giving money out, there needs to be accountability. If there's programs that we're using or that we're funding or we're putting money into and they're not working, get rid of it. Find somebody else who can do it. Find somebody else who can have a better status or whatever it may be. Something that shows that we're actually making progress. So what does these audits include? I mean, I would like to see an audit like, every year or every 6 months, and these funding or these organizations and seeing what they're doing with that money. Where's that money going to? How is this money affecting the homeless population? What are the results? A lot of time we approve money up on this board one time and then we don't hear anything about it again. And then, you come back here in another year, say folks are asking for additional dollars, hey, give us more money, we need more money, but you haven't even showed us results in the first place. And maybe you get those results, I sure the heck don't. And so there has to be that accountability side of it. And I also mentioned, and I think is instrumental is what we do, is when we're talking about beds, getting people off the streets, there has to be a real-time count in which somebody can go on an app or a 211 or whatever it may be and say, how many beds do you have in the city of Stockton? How many beds do you have in the city of Tracy? How many beds do you have in Lodi, whatever it may be? So folks know where they can go. And this should not, I don't see how hard that would be. I mean, my God, you have apps for everything, and if each place has a computer, they can just update it as somebody comes in, somebody goes out, and they can update it in real time. I think that is essential so we can help folks get off the street. And also, you know, the accountability side. I heard from both the Sheriff's Department and from you, Mr. Diedrich, but whatever it may be, is that law enforcement, and I agree, and hey, you all know I'm not going to keep saying it, but I was a cop before I just retired, right? So what the captain was saying, the boots on the ground, you mentioned the boots on the ground, cops, and I mean cops in generic terms, you know, they're the one that's getting called in the middle of the night. It's not environmental health that's going to get called out there. It's the beat cops that are going out there and checking these things, getting response to calls. So if you want to know what's going on in your community, you ask law enforcement. And I can tell you how many calls that, you know, I went on. And I remember 5-6 years ago, even maybe longer than that, me bringing up, hey, it's a mental health issue, it's a substance abuse issue, this is what we're seeing. And I just got hammered by everybody. Oh, you know, and it's not a mental health, substance abuse. You're just saying that because you're in law enforcement. Now, you know, fast forward 5-6 years down the road, now the talk is, thank God, it finally switched to substance abuse and mental health treatment. We're seeing the governor talking about mental health treatment. And another thing about working with the county, working with our cities and working with folks. We have. I mean, we will continue to do so. We have a better relationship now in the last 3 years than we've ever had with our cities. My God, we gave the city of Tracy over $10 million. We gave Lodi close to that amount. We gave Stockton a lot of money. We gave City of Manteca. So we are working with our cities to solve this problem. And again, this isn't just one of our problems. I mean, this isn't just a county problem, or this isn't just a City of Tracy problem that I'm staring out and I see our city manager from City of Tracy out there. It's all of our problems. So yeah, we have to work together. But, you know, we all have to have a stake in this too. I mean, we don't have unlimited funds here at the county. We can't do everything. And so everybody's going to need to chip in. And I think we've shown a good camaraderie with each additional city. And I think that's going to be huge. I mean, if you have down south, the southern part of the county, Tracy has their, and Manteca, for example, have theirs, emergency shelters. Lodi does, Stockton. So if you're homeless in this county, you're not going to have to be, you know, all the way up north and have to come to Stockton for a bed. You should be able to stay up north. And I think that was one of the things that we worked on. And I think that's huge. I don't see other areas doing that. So, but in short, you know, we do care about our homeless population. We are willing to and continue to work with our cities and have a great relationship. But all this stuff that's put forward here today, and, you know, again, you look at some of these things and asking for more funding and so on, but exactly where that funding is going to go, what are the results expected of that funding, and if we're removing funding, taking funding from one area, one pot and put it in another pot, what is that funding going to affect? Is it going to affect our sheriff's department? If that's the case, I mean, this board has to know this stuff. I mean, we are the policymakers. We have to know what the results are going to be. So with that being said, I want to say thank you both very much. This is a very comprehensive report. There's a lot of information in this report. I want to say thank you. Thanks to everybody who participated in the forum, the leadership. I want to say thank you to the community that is here today, and speaking your voice. Again, it's not just a government problem, an issue, I should say, or crisis. It's all of our issue. If we're going to solve this issue, we all have to work together. Be it the regular folks, the citizens out there, our nonprofits, and our elected officials. Also want to say thank you to our supervisors up here, Supervisor Canepa and Supervisor Patty, for being on the ad hoc committee, for taking that extra time. And also, if there's a policy, something like this big coming out, and Mr. Diedrich, what I would say to you is these are our representatives of the board. I mean, we all sit on 20 plus committees. Before something like this comes to this board at this magnitude, you need to sit down. Maybe they already have, but squash it out even more, fine tune it even more before it comes to the board with our two, our representatives of this board. So with that being said, again, thank you guys very much. We appreciate it.
Is there any opportunity for comment?
Not at this time, unless a board member asks. I'll give you an opportunity here, but I want to be able to go through our board members here first. So Supervisor Canepa.
So Director Dietrich I'm on behavioral health, so he's been talking about this ask for quite a while. So the conversation has been had. The hard part about this is on what's going to take the longest amount of time. So is it easier to do these neighborhood preservation changes? You know what I mean? And what is easiestly undone? So if we set up a whole new department under the Board of Supervisors, how long is that going to take? Because the community is at wit's end. And I don't know how much more I could take of people saying what a bad place Stockton is because we don't care. So I understand the importance of getting it correct, but every time, and there lies the problem. When you do have something this big, you have to, take it in and make a decision in a short period of time. So do you, things like this, do you have a study session beforehand so that you can get people's input? It's kind of sad that there's not more people here to discuss this, and there lies the problem. Everyone likes to complain, but nobody wants to do the work to get it done. So I think it's important, that we need to do this sooner than later. The other thing, though, is if Tom's talking about setting up a whole nother department, I would like to know how long that takes as opposed to how long this method, can be done, and what's easier to undo if you do start this. And here it's asking for the auditor, what number 3? Authorize the auditor controller to establish a new general fund budget to be managed by Housing and Homeless Services. So what, going forward, if that's the choice, is to be more involved and figure this out, which I think needs to come back and not be set to, rest in a grave somewhere sooner than later. Those are my questions.
So who's your question to?
I don't know if it's to County Administrator. How long does that take, or to County Council? How long would that one take in this resolution here, or how long does this take to start a whole new entity underneath the Board of Supervisors, and staffing it, and how many people, and the whole infrastructure, the hierarchy part of it? How do we have an idea, or is it a wag?
Supervisor Canepa, through the chair, it's interesting you bring up a question like that. That's a multifaceted question that would need collaboration with the auditor controller, the analysts in my office, and probably a few other folks I couldn't think of off the top of my head. As council and I were just discussing yesterday evening, trying to give these responses and what do I want to say, make decisions on the fly is probably, I'm not recommending it. So I don't want to give you an answer that could be woefully incorrect on the fly. I think an answer to that question needs to be provided through collaboration with the right folks. But it would take a little bit of doing. I'm not prepared to answer that question right now.
Okay, so if we approve this the way that it is, which one of you can answer that? How long would that take? And for his 9.
My understanding, Supervisor Canepa, would be that would be a carve out within the Healthcare Services Department. I'm trying to think of an example I could use that would be a good corollary. We'd start working on it right away. It would be the starters. We'd need to carve out a budget appropriation from the Healthcare Services Department. We're only talking about a small piece right now. Several small pieces for a few $100,000 are the two appropriation asks.
Yeah, it's 75 and
I believe it was 188.
Yeah, 180 and 75. Okay. So
I
that-
don't believe that would be a big a stretch at this point. We could probably do that. I would need to talk to my staff probably by the end of the month. I don't know if Sandy's going to throw something at me for saying that. But Sandy and Jeff, our auditor, is also in the audience here. I would like to invite them down and get their feedback.
I'm just trying to figure out the path of least resistance. You know what I mean? Because if we're talking about kicking it further down the road and we have all this, you know, kind of momentum going, that I'd hate to lose it and ruin it. But I don't want to do things haphazardly. So that's what I'm kind of trying to figure out here.
I appreciate that.
I want to see a big old smile, Sandy.
I will attempt.
I'm not going to smile.
So through the chair. Okay, I will try. You're saying if the board makes a motion, it gets seconded, and all of these get passed, is what you're asking, how
Yes.
long it would take?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to think of the path of least resistance, because if we go and stand up a whole nother.
This is absolutely.
Okay, can you speak to that? So
What are
I'm
you-
just trying to figure out if we do go forward, so if Tom's motion wins, then if we go forward, what's the best way doing it? You know what I mean? And how we go about building consensus.
I need to clarify. Are you saying?
The way that that the board item is presented today with all 9 items is, in my opinion, from my office's perspective, much easier than creating a new standalone department that reports to the board.
You speak, if you guys are going to speak, can you speak in the mic so people in the audience can hear?
Yeah, what I was saying is the 9 recommendations that are recommended to you today is a much easier, quicker way to proceed than to create a complete new standalone department that reports directly to the board. Because I'm envisioning that to be something similar to Public Works, where the board hires the director. That if you're talking about something like that, that's a much bigger ask than what's being presented today.
Supervisor Canepa?
These things, like the appropriations transfer, that can happen immediately once the board approves. For the auditor controller to establish the new general fund budget, that's also, it's immediate. So a lot of these could be done right away.
Okay, thank you. So that's my concern. So the other standing up, the whole committee, I just want to get some boots on the ground and get this rolling. We've done a lot of due diligence. We've gotten a lot of opinions. It's just alarming that more people aren't here to speak. I wish there were. So, I mean, this needs to not go anywhere. It needs to come back soon. So I don't know how we do this going forward. But I'll be voting no because I want this done sooner. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Canepa.
Is there any opportunity to make recommendations based on what we just heard?
Well, we're still on the board. If you could address your comments to the chair, too.
Understood. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. And to address the Supervisor Canepa's concern, I'm not looking at a hard stop brick wall, anything. We need to make some tweaks and amendments. I literally I could be another 45 minutes going through dissecting some of the things that were presented, which is not going to happen now, because this is a target-rich environment. So you and I have been working very well together with staff. That will continue. So I believe going forward, we can come back with something that's very actionable with a different structure. That's what's most important for me, the structure. Who's hiring and who they're accountable to, because I have seen the dramatic failure here in San Joaquin County for far too long. And who hires and who's in charge and who they're accountable to is going to be to the board because of the examples of failure thus far. And I don't trust it outside of us at this point. So I'm going to give credit right now and float out an idea. And Supervisor Ding just pointed out, we just hired an exceptionally experienced and capable director for Operation of Emergency Services, OES, that works directly with the board. So that would likely be the easiest pathway, help that director populate and bring in some staff working directly with the board, working with cities, and overseeing the county is something to float out. I'm not saying it's the way it's going to go, but these are ideas. I believe we could flush this out, put together a structure that would be to the benefit in short order, not 2 months, not 5 months, not 10 months, not waiting to stand up an entire department, which is why we were going to go this route. But seeing they take a left-hand turn, and seeing where it was going, and that there's not going to be the engagement of the county supervisors overseeing it and directly involved with the decision making. I didn't trust it. I don't like it. That's why I'll go with number 8. The motion's on the table and it's been seconded. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty. And Ms. Burswood, if you could go ahead, if you can make it.
I just want to make a recommendation based on what we're hearing from county leadership. Give this 6 months, create a 6-month pilot on this. See what happens. I think we have the city of Lodi in here, we have the city of Tracy, we have state mayors here, city of Stockton could not be here, but I'm sure if they all came up, they would say the same thing that Dennis Buettner said. Don't let this one pass you up now. We need to get something done now. And again, Chair Rickman, you said the stuff in this report is critical information. This is what the COC has vetted. This is what, again, leadership on the ground has vetted. If you could give this a 6-month trial for a division of homelessness, for actually the alliance to actually be created and supported. And again, Supervisor Ding, you said we need fence posts. Let's get some fence posts on this. Let's tie accountability to this around performance of what actually needs to be done. And if we have a small executive committee that comes together, works closely again with Mr. Diederich and Wilverding, we can start standing this up before Christmas. But I think this is a wonderful strategy. You have heard from the people that are boots on the ground every single day, including law enforcement, who is very engaged in this. Give it a 6-month opportunity, since it is the easiest strategy moving forward. And then if it fails, it fails. But I think that we're all ready and enlightened to move forward in some way before the end of this year with a plan that makes sense. It's not necessarily a plan, working on the existing plans with process, with constant communication between the cities and the counties, and for the first time ever, really bringing people together that want to do one thing right for this community. This is the process. This is the way. It is affordable. It is not a lot of money. And then and if it doesn't fail, then we go back, Supervisor Patty, and we look at hiring. We look at other systems. But give us the opportunity to fail on this. But I don't think we will.
All right, thank you. All right, we have a motion on the table and a second. Can I vote, please? All right, it's adopted, or it's the vote at 3-2. You need a 4/5 vote, I believe, correct?
Budget appropriation.
For the budget appropriation, but for the, so the motion would pass.
That is correct.
So the motion does pass, 3-2. All right. That is it for that agenda. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Again, we'll be continuing this discussion, I'm sure. All right, we have it's 1 o'clock right now. Board, what do you want to do? You want to do? Should we do the committee reports right now, or do you want to come back at 1:30 and then do it after, or 1:30? Well, let's go ahead and do it. Just do it now so we get it out of the way. So, all right, any reports from committee reports? And you guys have anything to say? Yeah, we're going to come back at 1:30. Supervisor Canepa.
Oh, we're coming back? You want us to do?
No, go ahead. Just do it now. Yeah.
4 comments?
Yes.
We did the 23rd Annual Leadership Forum at UOP on blue zones, how we make people more aware of how we can live longer. We did the continual care Zoom call, which I think is important, that when we do have these discussions, that we get more of the information, and hopefully they will go to in-person, because it's a whole lot easier to learn about folks and the inner workings of what they do and how they do it. Attended the Bob Hope, the Veterans Affair. It was amazing. They had the Sacramento bagpipes, which absolutely touching. And Steve Walker obviously helped that event be more positive, because at the end of it, and I don't know how the lady's doing, but she had a pulse, so it was amazing what he did and how he did it. We had a homeless platform with stakeholders. Obviously, we were talking about the importance of having a dashboard on real time, and that conversation is still being had. opioid press conference. I also went to Oakland and attended, because we're supposed to report out the CSAC event last week in Oakland, and went to lots of informational classes and learned, obviously, networking with other supervisors and the county clerks at the same time. So that was a great experience. They planted 2,500 pounds of trout out at Oak Grove Regional. And so I was able to go out there. It was a little cold, but there's people out there catching some nice trout. And that's exciting. I was at the NAACP or NAACP gala. Kimberly Wormsley was awarded. We also, Supervisor Patty and I, went to HMIS and John Mendelson and got, kind of a sneak peek of what they do and how they do it, about all the data. And that was back to Supervisor Ding's, information of how we get that in real time so that we know where there's beds, who's got beds, and how we can utilize them. And then there was the Transgender Day of Awareness. I went to the Pride Center, and there was another opening of some services that I also attended that event. So that was it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief. A couple things. Going back maybe two board meetings ago, and I don't believe it was by any intent or malice in any way, shape, or form, but Supervisor Ding had pointed out something that I've realized that we've done in the past, and something that has been changed, and I don't know when, why, or how it was changed. But we had a lobbyist come in from Washington, D.C., and we got updates and legislative updates and such. In the past, every supervisor was engaged. In the back room, in the atrium, we'd go in there, we'd have a little bit of lunch, and sandwiches would be there, and we would talk about the issues that each supervisor is dealing with as representatives of the district. And I've noticed that this last year, we had the representative here from D.C. You've got a supervisor with great contacts, probably many contacts that lobbyist would want to have, and relationships, and we weren't spoken with in any way, shape, or form. So I'd like to make certain that next year, when that same thing happens and they're coming in and going to do a legislative presentation to the board, to make sure the CAO's office is informing each supervisor and scheduling the time accordingly, because we work for the people. And the people speak to us, and we have to answer to them. So we should be speaking with the lobbyists when they're in town so they understand our concerns for our region. That would be exceptionally helpful and proper. Next thing would be, of course, just a few other things. We had a fantastic Veterans Day tribute here at the Bob Hope Theater that many of us attended. We also went to CSAC. That was absolutely fantastic. Some really good, even better meetings than I thought. We had the Marine Corps 248th birthday ball. That was fantastically celebrated. 248 years. That's outstanding. And we live under the freedom of that banner of our American flag, thanks to them. Also, Thanksgiving Day, I had a chance to be here local and go for the food banks, emergency food banks walk run. They said they raised over $2 million, which is absolutely amazing. Lastly, I would mention that the official swearing in of a new police chief, Stephen Schluer, as well-deserved, went from the bottom ranks, and 27 years later, he's now the newest police chief here in San Joaquin County. So congratulations to our chief. And I believe that will be all for now. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. And real quick for me, I just want to say, first and foremost, congratulations to Escalon Cougars, who are our SAC, Joaquin Section Division 4 champions yet again. Awesome game. They went for two at about 40 seconds left in the game. They were down by one, went for two, got the 2 points, put them up by one. I mean, it's very, very exciting. They have an excellent football program out there. So, once again, they'll be playing for state championship. So we wish them well, Godspeed, and looking forward to having them here at the board to celebrate once again for their exceptional youth that they have on their football team. Also, we talked about Veterans Day. I know Supervisor Patty did, and I know in my 5th district we had Mountain House, Tracy, Ripon, Escalon. It's awesome to live in a county in which we celebrate our veterans and our military and how patriotic we are. And it's shown not just on one day of the year, but God, every day. So it's awesome to live in a county like this. And we just had Small Business Saturday also. Just want to let people know Christmas is coming up, holidays. Continue to shop local. I know sometimes it's easier just to get on Amazon and order something that's there the next day. But, the mom and pop shops that people put their blood, sweat, and tears on, that's supporting their families, supporting their kids going to school. Take that extra minute to go out there and shop and support our folks here in San Joaquin County. I want to mention one place that my wife and I, Karen, we just had dinner, and that just opened up recently, is a Falcons Lair in Ripon. And it's like a 1920s theme. We have great food, great atmosphere. We were just thoroughly impressed. So again, hey, you want to take the spouse out for dinner one night, and it's a cool place to go check out. But there's been a lot of different things, but I know it's been a long day. So with that being said, we will take a break until 1:30, which we will be back for service and retire award presentation, which is always great to do. So we're back at 1:30. Thank you, everyone.
Chairman Clarity, did the Escalon team beat the Bulldogs? Is that correct?
Different leagues.
Different leagues.
Different leagues.
Okay, I thought there was a score where they were annihilated.
No, different divisions.
Okay.
Nice try. Nice try. I mean, South County does have the best sports programs. What can I say? Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. We're still waiting for some supervisors, so continue to talk. You don't have to be quiet. Have fun. But it's great to see everybody. Want to put them on speakerphone so we all can say hi? We're just waiting for the vice chair. He had to put his shoes back on. He had a bump. He had a bad knee. Gotta have some kind of fun, right? All right, welcome everybody. Good afternoon. We're going to reconvene the board meeting. It is 1:32, and the first item, the Service and Retiree Award presentation. I want to excuse me for my voice. I have a little cold here. I'll turn it over to you both. Thank you both.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Supervisors. We're really excited to be here today for a very full house Service Awards recognition ceremony. San Joaquin County Human Resources is proud to be part of the County Service Award Program. This award program strives to recognize employees at milestone periods of 10 years, 15 years, 20, 25, 30, 35, and up to 40 years of service to our community. Employees with over 20 years of service are honored by the Board of Supervisors at this awards ceremony. We're going to honor our employees, calling up each group of awardees by their years of service, where they will take a photo with our San Joaquin County Supervisors. The Service Award honorees are provided two long-standing gifts: a service pin identifying the years of service that they just received outside, and a framed matted print that they'll receive at their departments in a couple of months. Hopefully something our employees are proud of to have and to display. The framed prints are high-quality reproductions of 19th and 20th century original from the archives of the San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum. The employees have a choice of 45 historical figures, architecture, agricultural, and nature scenes to choose from. The prints include a brass plate identifying the employee's name and their years of service. 198 employees from 24 different departments were eligible to participate in today's award ceremony. 71 employees requested to be honored publicly today. These service awards cover staff who became eligible from the months of September 2022 to August 2023. Retirees are also recognized as part of the Service Award program. We had 190 retirees from 20 different departments that have retired from September 2022 to August 2023. 27 of those retirees have requested to be honored publicly today. Awardees for the retirement recognition will be called up individually by years of service and in alphabetical order to take individual photos with our San Joaquin County Supervisors. So when our retirees hear their name, they're going to come up and get a picture of with the supervisors. And then when we call up the employees by years of service, when you hear your name, I will say 20 years of service. When you hear your name in that group, you're going to stand up. Once I've called everybody, I will call you down so that you could then take a photo as a group with the supervisors. And then everybody will go back and sit down respectively. Human Resources is proud to recognize our employees for their years of service and dedication to our community. We thank the Board of Supervisors for providing this space and opportunity to express meaningful recognition to our employees who have made public service their career choice. We are going to first begin by honoring our retirees.
Real quick, before we get into that process, honoring everybody, I just want to go through the board since we have to go down there.
Yes.
And let each of us say something real quick.
Absolutely.
So let's start off with Supervisor Dean.
Well, obviously, I just want to say thank you for your service. most people don't realize that are not in public service. You know, it's kind of every occupation, everybody makes fun of bankers' hours, or teachers are always on vacation, public servants, you know, you 9 to 5 people. They have no idea the heart and the soul that you put into your positions and your jobs. And I just want to say thank you. And I'm hopefully thankful this will be the last time Bill Smith will be in the chambers here, because you're retiring and you can just go bye-bye, right? I love you. You know that.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Honestly, this is one of the best days of the year. We have a chance to have you all here. The level of engagement you have in your departments, you're the problem solvers, the troubleshooters, the person that gives that customer service to the citizens that are oftentimes distraught or in need or found themselves in a situation or circumstance that they're in front of you. And whether it's that phone call or the personal interactions that you have directly in person, you truly are what's most essential about San Joaquin County and the years of work and dedication. I've had the extreme privilege of working on your behalf and being here working for you as a supervisor for the last 7 years. And as I've finished my last year, nobody applaud. As I finish my last year, I just want to go out knowing that I am part of an amazing workforce that does a great job, each and every one of you. We are grateful for everything that you do and what you offer in San Joaquin County and the years of dedication that you've given. So thank you all. It's truly my pleasure to be here with you today. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Canepa.
Well, I just want to say that I'm humbled. I've been here a whole 11 months. And I know that without you guys doing the work for the county, that the county wouldn't exist. So I just want to say thank you for your years of service, and thank you for being here, because I think it's important that we honor folks, because you are the organization. I'm just keeping a chair warm up here for the next person. So I appreciate what you guys do for the county and make it run the way that it does. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Vice Chair Villapudua.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I've been here 7 years, and I've gotten to meet a lot of you and get to know, what you do for our county. And you guys are all amazing people. You guys work hard, and you're dedicated to the county and dedicated to the community. I want to thank you for making us all look good. I mean, you guys put in years of service, and you put up with people every day in the community. And I know it's a tough job, but thank you for all the years of service. And for those of you who are retired, I hope you're having the time of your life. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'll wrap it up, and I'll just again. Thank you for being here. Thank you for what you've done for our county and our community. Be it from 5 years to 25 plus years. Being a public service, dealing with the public sometimes isn't the easiest thing to do, but you've all done an exceptional job. I know I've seen many of you in action, and there's a reason why San Joaquin County is such a great county. We're a county of almost 800,000 people now, but we're still small in the sense that we all get together to have a good time. When there's a problem, we all get together. It doesn't matter if you're from Lodi or in Tracy, and you've seen it time and time again. And for those of you that are retiring, congratulations. And I just retired from the Highway Patrol here after 27 years. Let me tell you what, it's nice. Enjoy. Hey, you worked, all these years. You have your pension. Make sure you spend time with your family. Go out and do the things that you always wanted to do. Have fun. I mean, you've earned it. Hey, go fishing. If you like to go fishing, hey, give me a call. I got my ice free now. I'll go with you. But again, I can't tell you how much or enough how much we on this board appreciate you. We mentioned it before. We're the policymakers, and it's easy to be up here sometimes and make policy. But those of you that make this county run, that get that policy and do what you do with it, it's you guys. You guys make this county what it is. It's such a great county. So thank you all very much, and God bless each and every one of you. So that we're gonna come out up front here, board.
Ask you guys to join down here.
I know a lot of you mentioned too. I am about like 25 of you mentioned. What do they say? Like the best looking supervisor up here, and I agree. So I'll be in the middle here.
Not everybody can be perfect. All right, perfect. So we will go ahead and start with our retirees. The first is Mary Wilson with Behavioral Health Services. So go ahead and come up and get your photo. Okay. Next up, we have, and I apologize for any name that I butcher, I really am going to try. Joseph Tabankura, 5 years. Yeah, this is retirees. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I can read through. Yeah, thank you. Next up, we have William Smith, Facilities Management, 7 years. Next up, we have Linda Buck, Public Health, 8 years. Next up, Noelle Hullen, Public Health, 16 years. All right. Next up, we have Ida Amalason, San Joaquin County General Hospital, 19 years. Nope. All right. Vicky Seba, Behavioral Health Services, 19 years. Tanya Nelson, Behavioral Health, 19 years. David Myers, Fleet Services, 20 years. Philip Vang, Probation, 20 years. Stephen Marino, Information Systems Division, 20 years. Angelina McClure, San Joaquin County General Hospital, 21 years. Yeah, Ophelia Tabuyo, Behavioral Health Services, 21 years.
I heard that.
Enrique Silva, Public Works, 23 years. Deborah Perry, San Joaquin County General Hospital, 24 years. Oh, yeah, thank you. Make sure to remove that from the Farisha Ali, Sheriff's Office, 25 years. Regina Martin, Department of Child Support Services, 26 years. Marsha Olmos, Probation, 27 years. Robert Fowers, San Joaquin General Hospital, 28 years. Diana Marcos, Office of Revenue and Recovery, 30 years. Lisa Asher, Human Services Agency, 31 years. You want a pension? Susan Martinez, Division of Child Support Services, 31 years. Tilly Silva, Public Works, 33 years. Yeah, go ahead. Right. Juanita Huerta, Community Development, 35 years. Christine Becerra, Neighborhood Preservation Community Development Department, 35 years. She did run down. She's ready. Julie Riley, Employment and Economic Development Department, 35 years. Laura Lyman, Human Services Agency, 35 years. And we had somebody come in, Ida Amalason, San Joaquin General Hospital, 19 years. That concludes our retirees. Let's give them a very big hand for the many years of dedicated service. Next up, I'm going to call the group that have provided services to this community for 35 years. When you hear your name, please stand up. When directed, you'll all come down together to get your group photo. So 35 years of service. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try this one. Sorry, guys. Amphi Fanvangosa. Fanvongsa. I think it's Fanvongsa? Fanvongsa. Okay. Not yet. Christine. Yeah, you guys can come down as I call. That's fine. Christine Becerra. 35 years service. Community development. Dean Nguyen, public health. Lois Keenan, public defender. And Julie Riley, economic development department, E2D2, WorkNet. And that concludes our 35 years. Let's go ahead and give them a big hand as they're taking their photos. Yeah. All right, we have one individual in the 30 years category. That goes to Michelle Clemens with Human Services Agency, 30 years of dedicated service. Let's go ahead and give her a nice big round of applause. All right, our next two groups are pretty large, so I'm going to ask the supervisors to sort of split like the Red Sea and make some space in there. Thank you very much. All right, 25 years of service. We're going to start with Alicia Smoke from Parks and Recreation. Anna Butler from the District Attorney's Office. Brandon Jimenez from the Sheriff's Office. Brenda Agrasvaca from Probation. Karen Barnett from the District Attorney's Office. Cheryl A. Field from Environmental Health. Darian Sanders from San Joaquin General Hospital. Genevieve Bustamante from Sheriff's Office. Gilberto Cabrera from Behavioral Health Services. Herbert Yin from Probation. Irene Judd from the Office of Emergency Services. Jeffrey Levers from Public Works. Jennifer Goodman from Human Resources. Jesse Abundis from Behavioral Health Services. Karen Snyder from Behavioral Health Services. Laura Reeves from the District Attorney's Office. Lisa Hand from San Joaquin General Hospital. Lisa Thornburg from Department of Child Support Services. Lori Silva from the District Attorney's Office. Lucy Britt from Human Resources. Marcel Marin from Community Development Services. Marcella Galindo from Behavioral Health Services. Margot McHugh from the Sheriff's Office. Maria Orozco from Public Works. Marion Jones from San Joaquin General Hospital. Michael Griggs from the Sheriff's Office. Paul DeLau from Public Works. Robert Courier Jr. from Information Systems Division. Sharon Carter from the Sheriff's Office. Sophia Soriano from Behavioral Health Services. Tina Wemmis from Human Services Agency. Tumo Song from Human Services Agency. And last but certainly not least, Chris Woods from Human Services Agency. Look at all of these individuals who have dedicated 25 years of service. We appreciate everything that you have done for this community. Oh, that makes more sense. Yeah, everybody. Really quick pause. Like you can't see. Sorry. I would just hate for them to not see themselves in the photo. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's better, I think. Thanks, everybody, for your cooperation. And Margot and Jennifer, if you could stay up there a moment. Get one of Margot and Jennifer with them. Who's Margot and Jennifer? Right, these two. So when they're down? You guys are going to be the family Christmas card this year, so. All right, let's give everybody at 25 years one more big round of applause. We are now going to move to the 20-year service, which is another large group. So let's start it off with Alfredo Rodriguez from Public Works. Andrew Feingold from the Division of Child Support Services. Carol Reese, Public Health. Cheryl Thomas Deal, District Attorney. Donnell Tamayo, Behavioral Health Services. Grace Miranda, San Joaquin General Hospital. Hamal Parikh, Public Health. Jacob Alapio, San Joaquin General Hospital. Jeanette Palomares, Neighborhood Preservation Community Development. Jason Ellis, Sheriff's Office. Jessica Curlin, Probation. John Ralios, Behavioral Health Services. Juan Barragan, Human Services Agency. Karen Johnson, Human Services Agency. Layetta Finister, Human Services Agency. Lisa Cherkop, Information Systems Division. Lourdes Gomez, San Joaquin General Hospital. Marina Ruelas, Behavioral Health Services. Martha Nelson, San Joaquin General Hospital. Meng Lor, Probation. Michelle DeVille, Mary Graham Children's Shelter. Nancy Perez, Neighborhood Preservation Community Development. Norma Lopez, San Joaquin County General Hospital. Orlando Catacutin, San Joaquin General Hospital. Paul Mendoza, San Joaquin General Hospital. Ralph Cordero, Information Systems Division. Raul Haruji, Public Works. Rhonda Salas, Mary Graham Children's Shelter. Scott Tyrell, the Board of Supervisors. Suma Varagusi, San Joaquin General Hospital. Victoria Erickson, Human Services Agency. Wyman Zhang, Treasurer. And last, go ahead, what were you going to say?
Karen Johnson's on the list.
Kara Johnson. Assessor Recorder, County Clerk. Thank you. Kara Johnson. And last but not least, Zella Wormsley, Human Services Agency. Did you retire though? Yeah. Let's give them a very big round of applause, folks. 20 years of dedicated service. We want to thank all of these individuals for their service and all of the family members that are here with them as well, because we know that you've given up some time with your family to be here on these many 9 to 5 hours. And so thank you everybody who's also here to support this dedicated staff. All right. 3 more. One more big round of applause, and then treats for you in the lobby for the you who are here for service words. Thank you, supervisors. Yeah.
They said I was going to give them a pin.
You can ask them for it out front if you didn't get one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because they didn't give it to me.
Okay, out front, just tell them you need the 20-year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so tell them that Oriana said to give you the 20-year.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Thank you so much. You're my hero. Yeah, perfect. You just throw those in a folder and send them to me?
All right, is it okay if I share some of them with the
Yeah,
PIO for the board?
of course. Yeah, no, of course.
Well, thank you, everybody. We have some treats in the lobby, and with that being said, we're going to adjourn the meeting Tuesday, December 12th at 9 a.m.
I think they're closing out right now, so you guys can definitely go stand right there and take a photo if you want to really quickly.